Other people, when they transmigrate to another world, find themselves in a harem full of beauties or a cultivation world with peerless techniques. But I transmigrated to a desert with sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Just as I thought I was about to die of thirst, my golden finger system finally arrived. But all I did was thank the system with a simple "you've worked hard," and unexpectedly, the system automatically upgraded. Not only did it free me from tasks, but it even offered me loans to buy god-tier items. My head throbbed intensely, accompanied by severe dizziness. I mumbled, "Wasn't I playing on the computer? Why does it hurt so much? I guess I need to lie down and rest." As I said this, I instinctively reached out to brace myself on my computer chair, but my hand met empty air. The pain brought me fully awake. Where am I? Was I dreaming? I looked up to see nothing but a vast expanse of yellow sand. The furthest I could see were a few towering, cloud-piercing stone pillars, like something out of an animated scene. This dream feels so real. I wonder if I can fly. Although I'm a native Earthling, I'm quite fond of fantasy. Many of my dreams involve outlandish scenarios, and sometimes I can even fly at low altitudes. But this dream is a bit strange. Why does my whole body hurt, and I'm so thirsty? I licked my lips, only to be met with another sharp sting. My lips were cracked and dry, as if I hadn't had water for 2 days. To be honest, as a modern person, I haven't really experienced much hardship, and I felt something was wrong. No way, could I have transmigrated? I muttered to myself, grabbing a handful of yellow sand. It's scorching hot, and the sand feels very coarse. It scrapes my hand, and it hurts. Damn, this isn't a dream, and it's not even Earth. I squinted and saw 3 sun-like objects in the sky. What on earth is going on? Did I just transmigrate for no reason? While I was still bewildered, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Simulator loaded successfully in 1 day. Do you wish to view? Well, a golden finger, is it? Although the transmigration was inexplicable, at least there was the standard feature. I quickly understood at this point, all I could do was take things 1 step at a time. View. I want to see what kind of golden finger this is. My normal human attributes: stamina 0.6 normal male 1, strength 0.7 normal male 1, spirit 0.8 normal male 1. Good grief, I knew I was sub-healthy, but it turns out not a single stat is up to par. As an Earthling, I might not drink or smoke every day, but I often stay up late reading novels and playing games, and with a diet of rich foods, it would be strange if my body were healthy. Alright, it seems to be some kind of stat-adding system, I muttered to myself. System, do you have any lottery draws, beginner's gift packages, stores, or interworld travel functions? At least introduce them. A mechanical voice sounded in my head. This system only requires the host to think in their mind to reply. Currently, only the AFK farming system has been developed, and a novice gift pack is included. Do you wish to claim it? I licked my parched lips and thought, wait, system, you just said it took a whole day to activate something. Did I really just lie here in the desert for a day? How did I get here? Why does my whole body hurt so much? If I don't get up, won't I just die? There was nothing wrong with me thinking this way. As a modern person, to be unconscious in the desert for a day and a night, not succumbing to the heat during the day and not freezing to death at night, was already a blessing from heaven. Regarding the host's feedback, we have submitted it. The mechanical voice in my head gave a clearly generic, perfunctory answer that could apply to anything. This is consumer fraud. Don't you systems have a complaint channel? Give me some benefits, and if you need support for any future performance, I'll give you a good review. I thought, with a modern mindset, that there was no harm in trying, whether it yielded results or not. My mind was quiet for a moment, then the mechanical voice sounded again. Novice gift pack has been replaced with a deluxe gift pack. Novice using a deluxe activation code. That's more like it. I knew after working hard for a whole day, you'd give me a surprise. I was overjoyed. If the simulator had thoughts, it would surely say, I thought you were going to report me just now. Open the deluxe gift pack. I hope there's something good in it. And can you please get me some water?
I don't even want to drink soda, I just want some cold water right now. Something seemed to pop out in my mind again. With colorful lights, 3 items appeared. Gacha game? I immediately thought of this.
It was too similar to many games on the market with their gold, orange, and purple cards.
This system couldn't be a direct copy, could it?
Simulator, this system operates in a way the host can understand and will not affect the host's experience, nor will it read the host's thoughts. After speaking, the mechanical voice in my head faded.
Never mind, let's see what the 3 items are first. I hope they're life-saving. The first item looked like a green tent.
My consciousness moved to it, and sure enough, there was an introduction.
Wilderness tent gold function, you can rest inside the tent anytime, anywhere. Everything outside does not affect the inside of the tent. Unless invited by the tent owner, others cannot see the tent.
Internal space is 30 times 30 meters, with simple furniture and tools available for use, refreshed daily.
Note, you cannot lack a tent in the wilderness. Not bad. Isn't this a small fortress?
I dare say no one doesn't crave something like a safe house. When I was a child, I loved stacking blankets high at home and crawling inside, staying there for half a day. Looking at the next item, my consciousness moved to the next reward item, a black and white egg. Advanced Exotic Beast Egg Gold, this is an advanced exotic beast egg. Using it means the hatched beast will only recognize its host and cannot be traded. Attached, hatch with confidence, it won't be a treacherous Shanghai exotic beast, and no synthesis is required. I suspect you've been lurking on Earth for a long time, system, to hatch an advanced exotic beast egg. I only saw a black and white egg suddenly appear before me, precisely the advanced exotic beast egg from my mind. This egg was over a meter tall, large enough for 2 adults to embrace. It seemed to breathe, pulsating slightly. In just a few blinks, the egg cracked open, and 2 white paws stretched out, pushing their way through, while a faint, elusive fragrance wafted out. This novel is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I've read many descriptions that say oviparous creatures should emerge on their own, otherwise it might affect their future growth.
So I didn't dare to help too much, I could only offer encouragement. Come on, hurry out.
As if it heard its master's words, a whimper came from inside the egg, and the 2 paws pushed the eggshell open with more force. A wolf's head emerged, followed by a clanging and crashing as it broke free from the entire eggshell. Before my eyes appeared a black and white exotic beast, nearly a meter long and reaching my waist in height. Its 4 limbs were pure white, its back black, and its deep sapphire eyes stared at me as if saying, "Aren't I amazing?" This exotic wolf is quite handsome, I thought. As expected of an advanced exotic beast, it's so big right after birth. What about when it's fully grown? Woof woof, woof woof woof. A series of barks completely stunned me. Wait, why does this wolf look like a husky, and why is it barking? My gaze refocused on the black and white exotic beast, and a prompt appeared in my mind. Advanced exotic beast juvenile husky wolf, a harmless companion wolf, filtered through layers of selection, rated by the system as one of the 3 harmless dogs, no, harmless wolves with high growth potential. High IQ, no, that's it, it's making me speak in a Beijing accent. You've completely blurted it out, isn't this just a husky? By the time I looked at the husky, no, the husky wolf, again, it had already pounced on me and started licking. I hurriedly tried to push it away, but not only did I fail to budge it, I was actually knocked down. Husky wolf unnamed owner, Liu attributes, Constitution 3, Strength 4, Spirit 2. No wonder I couldn't stop it. So, a newborn exotic beast's attributes are several times stronger than mine. I sighed. Let's not think about that for now. System, how do I get into the tent? System, retrieve it from space and place it outside. My consciousness selected the tent, and with just a thought, a dark green tent over 2 meters tall appeared before me. Without thinking too much, I pulled open the tent's somewhat heavy canvas door and stepped inside. I was simply too uncomfortable all over right now. Being able to hold on was only thanks to the tension and novelty of meeting the system after transmigrating. Passing through the tent door was like entering another world. How to describe it? The style completely changed. What greeted my eyes was a TV wall, complete with a clock and other decorative items. The spacious living room even had a sofa and a coffee table, and on the coffee table, there was even a pot of tea and some fruit. Next to it was a huge open-plan kitchen, fully equipped with a refrigerator and cookware. As I walked further in, I let out an exclamation. The bedroom, of course, was large with just a bed, but what did I see? In the corner, there was a flush toilet, and upon closer inspection, it was even a smart one. System, you must have taken out a loan for this. You definitely lost money on this service, and the player made a killing. Simulator. I just grumbled in my head, then immediately went to the coffee table to drink the tea. I gulped it down straight into my mouth. Don't tell me, it was still warm, and I didn't care what kind of tea it was truly thirst-quenching. I picked up a fruit that looked like an apple and took a big bite. Juice splattered everywhere, and honestly, it was deliciously sweet and sour. Consumed chi-infused tea, ingested crimson essence fruit, spirit plus 0.5, constitution plus 0.5. I felt a warm current flow through my body, even shivered. Could this be some kind of heavenly treasure? System, are you there? This is truly too generous. I felt the discomfort in my body alleviate a lot, but my stomach was still rumbling, so I walked towards the refrigerator. Opening the fresh food compartment at the top of the refrigerator, the imagined bounty of food was not there. There were only 3 ingredients: a boneless piece of meat, about 5 catties. I couldn't tell what kind of meat it was, but it definitely wasn't pork, beef, or lamb. A small pile of green leafy vegetables plus a large bowl of translucent rice. Why did I call it rice? I could tell immediately that it was definitely rice, because the grains were exceptionally large, each one more than 10 times bigger than rice grains on Blue Star, looking delightful. I quickly took them out and turned to the kitchen. After all, I was an adult, and without mentioning anything else, the kitchenware and knives were all readily available. As soon as I turned on the sink faucet, water flowed out. Without another word, I immediately washed the vegetables. I rinsed the rice, washed the vegetables, and chopped the meat. In no time at all, a plate of stir-fried greens with unknown meat was out of the wok, along with the big rice. A meal was ready. After finishing the meal, I suddenly slapped my head. Oh no, I forgot about Husky Wolf outside. System, I invite Husky Wolf in. No sooner had I finished speaking than a series of woof 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 sounds came from the living room entrance. Although I didn't understand, I felt like it wasn't anything good. I quickly and awkwardly said, I'll go in first and scout around. Husky Wolf lived up to its high IQ attribute. I actually felt its blue eyes staring intently at me, as if its other paw was about to stand up and point at me. Ha, you must be hungry since you just came out. Why don't we eat together? I quickly changed the subject, and then the system's mechanical voice came again. Detecting host carrying an exotic beast, a feeder has been installed in the tent space. No sooner had he spoken than a feeder appeared in the corner of the living room wall. I wasn't mistaken, it was the kind of feeder essential for pet owners on Blue Star, automatically dispensing dog food, with a water dispenser next to it. There was even a dog bone drawn on top of the food storage container. Buddy, you're just feeding a dog, aren't you? This is a husky. The system's silence definitely meant it was Kong Chiao. The husky went straight to the feeder and started eating with excited barks. Honestly, it was pretty fuss-free. Seeing it start to eat, I figured I shouldn't just stand around either, or my food would get cold. I devoured my meal. I don't know if my appetite had grown or if I was just hungry, but what would have lasted a day or two on Blue Star was gone in one sitting. Ugh, I wonder if eating this will increase my stats. No sooner had I thought it than I heard the mechanical prompt in my mind. Consumed iron antelope meat, strength plus 0.5. Body reached average level by consuming rice. What does that mean? I've become a normal person? System, show me my stats. Me, Constitution 1.5 normal male 1 strength 1.5 normal male 1 spirit normal male 1. I inexplicably felt my body was different. I was indeed a bit stronger. System, please explain what Constitution, Strength, and Spirit mean. Constitution, collectively known as physical stamina, includes your endurance limit and your body's recovery ability. Strength, collectively known as power, includes your strength limit, reaction ability, etc. Spirit, collectively known as mental power, is your thought process. Other aspects are yet to be explored. Understood. So, basically, stacking these makes me stronger, right? System, I feel a bit more energetic. Let's see what my last treasure is. As a cool sensation rushed into my head, I was bewildered. What's giving off this cold feeling? The third gift package reward is the Exotic Culture Guide. Does it mean the exotic culture I'm thinking of? The Exotic Culture Guide means the host can communicate with any species and proficiently understand their local customs. Alright, that's not bad. Without this, would I have to learn how to speak a foreign language from scratch? Let's not even talk about that I've studied English for so many years and still only know nothing and have. Sleep first, we'll talk tomorrow. I said to the full husky, Since we met in another world, and you have such a natural scent and are so handsome, I'll call you Stinky Paws. I'm going to bed, you go to the sofa. Don't tear up the house. Husky Stinky Paws, unknown, what kind of name is that? It doesn't even match handsome. But it immediately whimpered twice, jumped onto the sofa, turned around a couple of times to find a good spot, and lay down. I glanced at it, so smart. I turned around and lay down on the bed too. I really hope this isn't a dream I look forward to tomorrow. Damn it, why is the 7:45 alarm clock still working here too? I felt a sudden headache. The alarm clock that had me toiling away on Earth every day was also present in this tent, and it was quite smart. As soon as I got up, the sound stopped. Alright, time to get up, let's have breakfast first. The system says things refresh daily, so food should also refresh, right? And I can gain more attributes, no loss there. Rounding it up means the system loses out. As soon as I came to the coffee table, I saw Stinky moving away from it. Feeling thirsty, I didn't think much of it, picked up the teapot, and drank directly from it. Gulp, 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 refreshing. After sleeping all night, I was thirsty. After drinking, I wanted to grab some fruit to eat to increase my attribute points. Wait a minute, why didn't the fruit refresh? Only this tea? Spirit plus 0.5. I snapped out of it. Wait, why did Stinky suddenly run away from here just now? I turned my head and saw Stinky, who was silently communicating in the living room. Stinky, did you eat the fruit on the coffee table? Stinky looked at me with its big, blank eyes, as if it didn't know what I was talking about. No, your lips are all red. What are you pretending about? Fine, you ate it, but don't eat it tomorrow. I need to boost my attribute points first. Stinky whined a few times, and its eyes actually darted to the side, as if it knew it had done wrong. Seeing it like this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry and couldn't say anything more. I took a closer look at Stinky. High-level Stinky attributes: Physique 5, Strength 5, Spirit 3 skills. Howl, inherited skill from alien beast, causes slight dizziness to surrounding enemies, and can slightly increase allies' attack power. Good heavens, it just slept for a night, or maybe it ate a fruit in the middle of the night, and already its attributes increased and it gained a skill. How is it that its aptitude seems so much stronger than mine? I'm also a cunning person. Seeing Stinky get stronger, I immediately gave it a thumbs up. As expected of Pippi, you're amazing. As soon as I flattered it, its nickname just came out, just like parents on Earth. Usually, they use nicknames, but as soon as they call you by your full name, you know something is wrong. The reverse is also true. Stinky was also foolish. As soon as it heard its owner wasn't going to pursue the matter of stealing fruit and was praising it instead, it continued to pretend to be in self-reflection, but its tail was already wagging. Pippi, you eat some dog food first. I'll go make breakfast. Once we're ready, we'll go see what's happening outside. After eating the vegetables and meat from the fridge, plus the tea I drank in the morning, I checked my attributes: Physique 1.5, Strength 2, Spirit 2. Very good. If I just eat these every day, wouldn't it be wonderful to stay in the tent until I'm invincible? Don't even say it, I really could endure it. Unfortunately, as soon as I finished speaking, the system prompt appeared. The longer the host stays in the real space of the other world, the more rewards will be given. and there will be an additional prize draw.
Alright, there are indeed no loopholes. Come on, Choupi, let's go.
With just a flicker of thought, Choupi and I, one person and one dog, appeared at the spot where we entered the tent yesterday.
System, I don't need to take the tent out to enter and exit freely, and the location won't change?
Yes, as long as it's a system item, the host can communicate with it mentally.
Also, the entry-exit location of the tent will not change for now. Okay, I understand. Let's head towards that stone pillar ahead.
After saying that, I grabbed a wooden stick and walked with Choupi, stumbling through the sand. Don't ask where the stick came from. I saw a coat rack inside the tent. I broke off a few pieces of wood from it, and a meter-long stick was ready. And you know what, it felt quite secure in my hand. Anyway, it refreshes daily, so there should be new coat racks tomorrow, right? And seriously, it's so comprehensive that it even has clothes and shoes. I muttered to myself, looking at the set of outdoor clothing I was wearing. Outdoor hiking suit, dog paw brand, ordinary outdoor clothing, barely shelters from wind and rain. My gaze directly met the vast, hazy desert, with only the towering stone pillars in the distance.
Desert, a dead silent wilderness, scorching sun, endless heat waves rolling in the air.
5 hours had passed. Since we set off this morning, excluding a short break in the tent for water and rest, I had been heading towards the giant rock. If it were my old, sub-healthy self, I would have been exhausted to death long ago.
Thankfully, my attribute points were boosted. It's true what the old saying goes, looking at a mountain makes your legs ache. This stumbling walk is too strenuous. The only thing is, I don't feel much danger, so I just keep going.
No sooner had I finished speaking than I heard Choupi's low growl, followed by a rustling sound. Not far ahead, quicksand churned outwards, and a massive claw emerged.
I'm blessed with enlightenment, aren't I?
I quickly gripped the makeshift wooden stick and looked at the monster that had just crawled out. Instantly, the monster's information materialized in my mind. Sand scorpion beast, yellowish-brown, long and flat, very strong forelimbs, suitable for digging and preying. Its hind legs are very powerful, allowing it to run quickly, and its tail has a complex structure but is non-venomous.
Attributes: Constitution 2, Strength 3, Spirit 0.7. This is clearly a scorpion demon.
Although I knew I had transmigrated to another world, seeing a scorpion over a meter long still sent a chill down my spine.
Calm down, calm down. Its attributes aren't even higher than Choupi's. Don't be afraid. Choupi, do you think you can handle it?
I shouted, my voice a little hoarse. Hearing my call, Choupi gave me a human-like glance, as if to say it was just a warm-up. After that, it swiftly charged towards the sand scorpion. I felt as if Choupi covered the dozen-meter distance in just 1 second. With a howl like a wolf's, the sand scorpion seemed to be stunned, not moving an inch. This novel is not finished yet. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. I heard Choupi's howl, and for some reason, I, who had been hesitant just a moment ago, suddenly felt a surge of courage. Holding a wooden stick, I charged towards the sand scorpion right behind Choupi.
Damn it, a type of plant, it's just a big crab, it's not poisonous.
At worst, I'll hide in the tent. Choupi bit fiercely at the sand scorpion's pair of massive front claws. With a crunch, it actually tore off one of the front claws, and a large gush of beast blood sprayed out over half a meter high. With a series of urgent hissing sounds, the sand scorpion, in excruciating pain, woke up and turned to flee, wanting to burrow into the sand.
Where do you think you're going? In a flash, Liu arrived with the wooden stick.
He raised the stick and thrust it towards the sand scorpion's head, but he underestimated the desert scorpion's speed and overestimated his own strength. He didn't hit the sand scorpion's head but instead struck its back armor. However, he couldn't pierce the armor, he only managed to penetrate it a little. But Liu saw the sand scorpion flinch in pain and didn't let go. Taking advantage of the momentary obstruction caused by Liu, Choupi, as expected of a high-level alien beast, with its innate combat instincts, avoided the long stinger at the sand scorpion's tail. It vigorously sliced downwards at the base of the tail with its extended wolf claws. The sand scorpion stung Choupi with its tail in pain, but Choupi nimbly dodged every strike. Meanwhile, Liu quickly gripped the wooden stick with both hands and pressed down hard. With a sound of piercing as if piercing something hard, the wooden stick entered the sand scorpion's internal organs without any resistance. Liu quickly shook it, wanting to enlarge the sand scorpion's wound, but with a crack, the wooden stick snapped. After all, it was just a hanger and had no special enhancements outside of the tent. Hiss, 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 another series of cries erupted. It was Choupi, who had actually severed the sand scorpion's tail with its claws. Choupi then prepared to jump onto the sand scorpion's back for further attack, just as the sand scorpion, with half a wooden stick stuck in its back, rolled back and forth on the sand. After only a few breaths, it lay motionless on the ground.
Is it dead? Liu panted heavily, slowly walking towards the sand scorpion.
Sand scorpion dead. Guide to otherworldly customs. Sand scorpions frequently appear in the desert. Enduring high temperatures during the day and extreme cold at night makes their meat incredibly sweet.
Simply lightly roast both sides until golden brown, and it's ready to enjoy. Good heavens, is this your true form? You truly live up to the otherworldly customs.
Choupi, let's go home and eat crab meat. Choupi had long since gone to carry the sand scorpion's claws, and Liu also dragged the sand scorpion's corpse and tail, muttering home in his heart. Holding the cleaver, with just a gentle chop, the incredibly hard sand scorpion shell split in two, revealing the jumbled and messy internal organs and some other parts.
Liu looked at the cleaver that came with his tent space. Dual force man cleaver. I handle everything in the kitchen, nothing I can't cut, only effective on ingredients and within the tent. Alright, at least cooking won't be a problem. This mess, I don't know what's edible and what's not.
Forget it, I'll just follow the guide and eat plain meat. Honestly, as a true blue earthling, Liu really liked eating animal offal, but if he had to extract it from these wild beasts, he wouldn't know how it wasn't like buying it pre-cleaned from the market. He could only carve off the meat. After half an hour of effort, he actually managed to carve off over 40 caddies of white meat. Almost forgot, there are still 2 big scorpion claws.
Stinky, help me get the scorpion claws.
Woof woof, Stinky trotted over with a big scorpion claw in its mouth, directly pawing both claws onto the kitchen counter and dropping the scorpion claw onto the cutting board.
So smart, get the other one too, Liu said with a smile.
Stinky then ran over, picked up the other scorpion claw in its mouth, and galloped wildly around the room, throwing the big scorpion claw up and catching it again as it ran.
Liu understood immediately it was treating the scorpion claw as a chew toy. Fine, whatever makes you happy.
Liu lowered his head to process the other scorpion claw. On the other side, Stinky heard Liu's words and immediately happily carried the big scorpion claw to the sofa to chew on it. So delicious. Liu, holding a large plate of scorpion meat, having mixed some soy sauce, sat at the table and ate directly with his hands.
The meat was tender and juicy, with a delicious and smooth texture, leaving a lingering taste. Liu could only eat about 10 caddies before he was full.
The remaining scorpion meat naturally went into Stinky's belly.
Who knew this guy also wanted to dip it in soy sauce?
It really had become smart. After eating the scorpion meat, Liu felt warm all over. He checked his attributes but found no increase. It seemed this was because the sand scorpion was merely a wild beast, not an exotic beast.
Although there was some amplification, it wasn't significant, not even manifesting as attribute points.
It looked like he'd need to eat it long-term to increase attributes. In that case, the spiritual fruit and tea every morning, and the meat in the refrigerator, were the really good stuff. Congratulations, host, for completing your first otherworld kill.
You have gained the achievement, not too difficult, eh? Reward, 1 random 3-choice Scoisutophone selection, with a guaranteed purple option.
As soon as the system prompt finished, a scene of towering mountains, flowing water, sea of clouds, and ancient buildings appeared in Liu's mind, like a celestial dwelling. Then, a cloud of mist revealed 3 options, like 3 long card-like strips, with beautifully carved cloud patterns on their backs, as if imbued with Tao essence. Liu gently touched them with his consciousness, and the 3 cards flipped over, emitting colorful light. Finally, the first card, a white card with plain edges, was fixed.
The second card had a blue border, etched with unknown runes.
The third card had a purple border, surprisingly accompanied by auspicious clouds.
Isn't this gacha and roguelike?
Liu, being from Blue Star, understood perfectly this was exactly the kind of stuff you'd find in those pay-to-win-action roguelike games. Forget it, simplicity is key, overthinking just drains my brain.
There was nothing he could do, considering his spirit stat was below 2.
After grumbling, Liu focused his consciousness on the 3 cards. White, a gold mine. Yes, it's that plain and unadorned. Choose it if you're short on cash. Blue, a wisp of mist and unknown gas. Consuming it will increase your or a foreign beast's abilities. Purple, spirit devouring art. A basic cultivation method, simple, no side effects, and compatible with various other cultivation methods.
Since I'm in another world, I definitely want to cultivate. System, I've chosen one. Can I save the others to pick later?
A cold, mechanical voice immediately replied, please upgrade to unlock subsequent functions.
Understood, I choose the spirit devouring art.
A refreshing sensation spread through his mind, and a profound, mysterious cultivation technique imprinted itself, as if he knew it inherently without any arduous study.
Liu, Constitution 1.5, Strength 2, Spirit 2. Cultivation method, Spirit devouring art. Beginner.
Simply devour natural spiritual energy from the outside world daily.
It's that simple? I'll go try it now.
He called Choupi and headed out of the tent. Liu recalled the cultivation method for the spirit devouring art in his mind, finding that it didn't require sitting cross-legged. He just needed to adopt a comfortable posture and devour the surrounding spiritual energy. He then lay directly on the desert ground.
Choupi, help me guard for a bit. I want to try cultivating.
With that, he lay down and began circulating the spirit devouring art, while Choupi, with bright eyes, squatted nearby, looking quite attentive and alert.
Liu exhaled a long breath, then inhaled the natural energy. Between each inhale and exhale, there seemed to be a flow of aura around his body. This feels so good, so warm. After a while, Liu withdrew from his cultivation state.
It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but he could feel that from the initial warmth, like a gentle roasting sensation throughout his body, many parts of his body later began to swell. He knew he had reached his cultivation limit. Could it be that the energy in the desert is scorching hot? Liu felt this was likely the case, which is why cultivating initially felt like being in a furnace, yet it wasn't uncomfortable, but rather quite pleasant. Liu looked at the 3 moons hanging high in the sky and murmured, what a strange world this is.
Choupi, let's go, let's head home first. This damn weather, how can the desert have such heavy rain? This was Liu's 15th day since transmigrating.
For these 15 days, Liu had been heading straight towards the giant rock. He felt he had only covered a third of the journey. During this time, he had killed 7 or 8 desert scorpions alone, becoming more skilled with each encounter. As time passed, the spirit devouring art also improved. Even Choupi had made significant improvements through these battles.
Liu, Constitution 6, Strength 7, Spirit 3.5. Cultivation method, Spirit devouring art. Intermediate. A simple cultivation method that doesn't require deliberate circulation. It naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing. Yes, after Liu's spirit surpassed 3 points, he could see the omnipresent spiritual energy in the air outside. He thought this must be the difference from Blue Star. Spiritual energy is what allows for the birth of people beyond the mundane. Liu felt that he could now punch a cow to death, and indeed he could. Last time, with a powerful punch to the back of a desert scorpion, he actually shattered its carapace. One can only imagine the power of his punch now. High-level exotic beast husky wolf cub. Choupi attributes, Constitution 7, Strength 6, Spirit 3 skills, Howlinate skill inherited from exotic beasts, causes a slight dizzying effect on nearby enemies and slightly increases allies' attack power. Claw attack learned through arduous training to efficiently use claws as weapons to attack enemies. Liu looked at Choupi, who had grown a little, and said, I feel like you've been practicing by scratching the sofa every day.
Fortunately, the furniture inside the tent refreshed daily.
One day, before noon, the sofa was almost completely hollowed out by it. Choupi, hearing Liu speak, didn't even lift its head, gnawing back and forth on a scorpion claw.
Needless to say, it always got a scorpion claw left for it, and a new one every 2 days.
Do you remember the TV in the tent?
It actually worked, but it only observed the surrounding environment fixed when entering the tent. Liu used a stick to place several markers outside, roughly estimating that it could observe a radius of 1 kilometer. Not bad, after so many days of walking, let's rest and exercise a bit in the tent, Liu said, observing the pouring rain outside through the TV in the tent. He walked to the corner of the living room, where 2 stone locks, each weighing 300 caddies, were placed. Liu took 1 stone lock in each hand. Logically speaking, stone locks weighing over 80 caddies were considered large, but the stone locks in this tent were exquisitely small, only slightly larger than a blue brick, yet each weighed 300 caddies. Fortunately, Liu's attribute values had recently surged. He went through 20 reps of lifting the locks over his shoulders, and was covered in sweat. Liu tried to activate the chi absorption technique. Although he couldn't absorb spiritual energy, with each breath, the intense panting from lifting the stone locks significantly calmed down. He slowly went from 20 reps to 30, and by the time he went to bed that night, he could even continuously lift the stone locks over his head 30 times before his stamina gave out. It seems the chi absorption technique not only absorbs spiritual energy but also regulates bodily functions. Combined with breathing, I went from only being able to lift over my shoulders to lifting over my head. Today's gains are immense. Protagonist attributes: Liu, Constitution 6.1, Strength 7.2, Spirit 3.5. Cultivation method, Chi absorption technique. Intermediate simple cultivation method that does not require deliberate operation naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside through breathing. Sure enough, even without spiritual energy, training still increased his physique and strength. It seems the body still has potential to be developed. Liu slowly relaxed and massaged all his muscles, then looked towards the TV, seeing that the storm outside hadn't stopped. It rained all day anyway, I've exercised enough. Why not try cultivating the chi absorption art in the rain and see what changes there are? Without delay, Liu called out to Choupi, and with a thought, 1 man and 1 dog were transported outside. The usual, Choupi, keep an eye out for me, Liu said, then sat down to practice the chi absorption art. Although the chi absorption art cultivates slowly even without active effort, actively running the technique clearly improves efficiency. The chi around Liu seemed to be drawn into his body, slowly being absorbed by him in a gentle and orderly manner. After just a few tens of breaths, Liu opened his eyes and said, as I thought. Cultivating the chi absorption art in a downpour actually brings a refreshing coolness, as if nourished by flowing water. Usually, I absorb fire spiritual energy. Could it be that abundant rain means water spiritual energy? Then my 5 elements must be super strong. As a veteran novel reader on Blue Star, Liu knew that in novels, 5 elements grand perfection and balanced yin and yang cultivation were always the strongest. It's a pity I don't know if I have any spiritual roots or anything like that yet. He then continued to cultivate the chi absorption art, and slowly, a misty haze enveloped Liu, as if he were in a fairyland. Woof woof woof. A series of urgent barks broke the silence. Liu quickly exited his cultivation state. What's wrong, Choupi? Liu was startled by Choupi's urgent barks, quickly stood up, and scanned his surroundings, only to find himself densely surrounded by a group of strange plants with green bodies and bright red tops. Liu quickly observed these plants. Desert thorn spiritual plant, their skin is covered with a thick cuticle to prevent water loss. Their 3-meter-long vine whips are their primary means of self-protection. They contain a small amount of spiritual energy and only occasionally appear in the desert during heavy rains to absorb nutrients. Attributes: Body 2, Strength 1, Spirit 0.2. Aren't these just cacti? And they look easy to bully. They seem fierce, but their attributes are so low? Choupi, let's go. Just in time for a diet meal tonight. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Choupi charged ahead, leading the way towards the group of cacti, completely ignoring the shadowy whips formed by the sky-obscuring vines. Only thumping sounds could be heard, like small vines hitting thick cowhide. Choupi's high physique of 5 points almost completely ignored the attacks from these vines. Liu spotted an opening, pushed off with both feet, and his body shot like an arrow towards the nearest desert thorn. Before its 2 vine whips could react, he grabbed the red bud on its top with both hands. Rip! With a forceful tear to the side, a large gush of juice splattered out.
Liu even licked the juice from the corner of his mouth. It's sweet. Good stuff. Choupi, bite their little top knots directly. In just 3 to 5 minutes, Liu, his dog, and himself had dealt with over a dozen cacti. Choupi alone bit 7 or 8 to death, its entire mouth red as if it had secretly eaten a dragon fruit, covered in the juice from the flower buds. That was exhilarating. After that battle, I don't feel tired at all, but rather completely refreshed, Liu said, his mouth also stained red. It wasn't surprising after all, this was a dimensionality reduction strike, and they had eaten the flower buds from the desert thorn grass, each one containing the plant's entire spiritual energy. Liu tugged at a cactus vine, pulling the entire vine out. Though these cacti weren't particularly strong, Liu found their vines incredibly sturdy. It was just the cacti themselves that were weak. Anyway, there's plenty of space in the tent. Let's collect some of these vines. They can be used as whips since they have barbs, or maybe we can find a populated area and sell them for some money. After all, everyone from the Flower Kingdom has a potential hoarding problem. Better to hit first and see if there's a date or not. Choupi, what are you drinking? Liu saw Choupi also helping him pull out some vines with its paws, then it lay on a cactus and started drinking. Does the juice inside also have spiritual energy? Liu, curious, found a cactus, peeled back its thick shell, revealing a soft, green, aloe-like substance with glistening juice. He lowered his head and slurped a mouthful. This taste is really good, and it feels like eating tortoise jelly when chewed. One man and one dog, without another word, began to gorge themselves. Burp, I'm so full, Choupi. We've eaten our fill, why don't we travel tonight under the moon? Choupi's belly was already bulging, and it lay sprawled on its back, burping. Hearing Liu, it seemed to understand that it had eaten too much and needed to digest, letting out excited yelps. With light steps, they walked under the 3 moons. The distant boulders became indistinct under the moonlight. As Liu's physical fitness improved, he gained better control over his body. When he first arrived in the desert, walking was a struggle, each step uncertain. Now, it was as if he walked on flat ground. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from his side. A massive body emerged from the sand. Liu quickly turned his head to look. Sand Scorpion King, strange beast, the king of sand scorpions, possessing a stronger body than common sand scorpions, with some intelligence and extreme danger. Attributes: Constitution 25, Strength 32, Spirit 8. This was completely unbeatable. Just as Liu was about to hide in the tent with Choupi, another rustling sound came from behind the Sand Scorpion King. Hundreds of sand scorpions also emerged, following it. But before Liu could enter the tent, the Sand Scorpion King looked at Liu with a human-like gaze, then urgently hissed at its kin, quickly scurrying forward. Its 6 massive scorpion legs moved so fast they created afterimages. What's going on? Is someone chasing the Sand Scorpion King? Oh no, system, go home. Liu and Choupi instantly returned to the tent. Within a few breaths, Liu observed from inside the tent that a large hole had appeared where the Sand Scorpion King had been moments ago. Even the surrounding quicksand was swallowed by the hole, which seemed bottomless. A tremendous roar echoed, and a colossal creature crawled out of the black hole. The first thing Liu saw was its enormous, gaping maw filled with dense, sharp teeth. Behind the great mouth was a huge, fleshy body, roughly 200 to 300 meters long. Yet, this seemingly ponderous giant worm surprisingly caught up to the fleeing Sand Scorpion King in an instant. With a single bite, the Sand Scorpion King was swallowed by its massive proboscis as if it were a mere snack. The creature then burrowed back into the desert and disappeared. Liu could even see huge sand dunes rapidly moving as they were pushed up by this giant worm. Most of the remaining wild sand scorpions were crushed to death on the monster's path as it consumed the Sand Scorpion King. What on earth is that? It's terrifying, Liu stammered, trembling with shock. Choupi beside him also howled wildly, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the creature. Giant maw worm monster, a massive monster that lives year-round in the desert. It attacks any nearby enemies and feeds on anything it can sense. Extremely dangerous. Attributes: Physique unknown, Strength unknown, Spirit 362. Why are all those question marks? Is it too strong to see its attributes for now?
It's a good thing we had the tent, but it seems even a tent isn't foolproof. If I had been a few seconds slower this time, I'd have been eaten by that giant maw worm before I even realized what was happening, Liu said, thinking carefully. He decided that he needed to train his perception more in the future. At least with the tent, as long as he reacted quickly, he could remain invincible. How about we go out and collect some of the sand scorpions' bodies? Can't waste them if we've encountered them. Choupi, let's go. After bustling around for most of the day, they killed all the sand scorpions that had been scurrying in fear, about 30 of them. The rest had either escaped or been crushed into sand scorpion patties. Liu glanced at them, felt they had no value, and left them. Just as he returned to the tent, Liu was washing his hands when a mechanical voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the Escape Death achievement for the first time. You are awarded a 3-choice opportunity." As if possessed, Liu listened to the system's prompt, washed his hands again, and casually wiped them on his body, saying, "Deep blue, add points for me." "No, system, draw for me." The familiar ethereal glow appeared, and 3 cards flipped over, emitting colorful light. Finally, the first card settled with a blue border, the second with a purple border, and the third with an orange border. Unidentifiable exotic beasts seemed to leap from the card backs, then transformed into countless divine weapons, appearing extraordinarily miraculous. "I'm rich. Did I draw an orange card? System, flip them over and show me what they are. Don't keep me in suspense." Blue, a rather handy weapon. Purple, all allied units, when attacked, have a certain chance to dodge the attack and counterattack the enemy, guaranteed to hit a weak spot. Orange, a chance to listen to the Dao Yun, profound beyond words. The blue card, judging by the pattern, should be a long saber. The purple one, could it be a talent or a skill? It's certainly useful, but compared to the orange card, these are all insignificant. The Dao Yun, just hearing it, you know it's invincible. I'll pick it without thinking. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a low probability choice and earned the achievement Double Strike, receiving an additional Picania 3 purple card option. Is this why you have to wash your hands before drawing cards? Liu laughed as he finished speaking, then let out a grunt and collapsed to the ground. Choupi, seeing Liu lying there, immediately ran over, nudging Liu repeatedly with its nose, circling frantically. After confirming he was still breathing, it settled down to guard him. Liu felt half dreaming, half awake. A voice echoed, like the wind in a valley, then like the bells of a temple. After a while, it morphed into the hustle and bustle of a modern city. When Liu strained to listen, the sound became imperceptible, drifting in and out, and he vaguely felt as though he had fallen asleep. Liu felt his face wet, and struggling to open his eyes, he saw a dog's head licking his face. All right, Choupi, I'm awake." Liu forced himself to prop up his body and said, "How long was I unconscious?" Choupi then barked 3 times. "Is it 3 hours? No, it must be 3 days?" A bark again, confirming. "Why do I have no strength in my body? What happened?" Liu looked at his body. He was incredibly emaciated. Although he wasn't too fat before, he still weighed over 150 pounds, and had even felt stronger recently with attribute enhancements. Now, he was skin and bones, nearly 1.8 meters tall, probably weighing only about 70 pounds. What's going on? Liu quickly checked his attributes. Protagonist attributes: Liu, Constitution 0.2, Temporary Strength 0.1, Temporary Spirit 30, Cultivation Method, Qi Devouring Art Intermediate, a profound Qi cultivation method that doesn't require deliberate effort. It naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing. Talent: elusive. All allied units, when attacked, have a certain chance to dodge the attack and counterattack the enemy, guaranteed to hit a weak spot. It seems that listening to the Daoyuan increased my spirit, but without corresponding replenishment, it depleted my body's physical strength. And the Qi Devouring Art becoming the Qi Devouring Method must also be a huge improvement. Choupi, help me get something to eat, I'm starving. Choupi immediately brought over the spirit fruit from the coffee table. Liu, no longer caring about Choupi's slobber, wiped it with his clothes and took a big bite. Awesome, I could eat 10 cows right now, but since there are no cows, a few desert scorpions will do.
Li Yu rested for a bit, then went to deal with the desert scorpions, managing to eat the white meat of 3 of them. Fullness leads to drowsiness. Time to rest first. After such an eventful day, Li Yu naturally felt sleepy after eating his fill. He lay down fully clothed and immediately fell asleep. Choupi, seeing that Li Yu was mostly fine, let out a human-like sigh of relief and even went to the dog food bowl to eat some wolf chow. It seemed he hadn't eaten for 3 days due to worrying about Li Yu. For several days thereafter, Li Yu focused on recuperating, not daring to travel at night in the desert. He cautiously proceeded during the day. 5 more days passed, and Li Yu stood shirtless in front of the tent's mirror. If I were on Blue Star, I'd have to enter a fitness pageant. The muscular lines on Li Yu's body were clearly visible, every tendon full of vitality. His shoulders were broad and strong. Li Yu clenched his fist, his arm muscles tensing, feeling a great increase in strength. Indeed, a stone lock that previously weighed 350 Jin now weighed 700 Jin. It seemed the equipment in the tent had been adjusted according to Li Yu's physical condition. Li Yu, Constitution 15, Strength 21, Spirit 30 Cultivation Method, Qi Devouring Art Intermediate. A profound Qi cultivation method that absorbs spiritual energy naturally through breathing without needing deliberate practice. Talent, erratic. The strength of my spirit seems to greatly increase my upper limit. Is this what realm means? Li Yu looked at the giant rock, which was no longer far away, estimating he could reach it in about 3 days. No more overthinking, let's go. He called Choupi and continued on their journey. Li Yu had become a bit reckless the closer he got to his destination, the more urgent he felt, wanting to travel day and night. After all, his physical fitness had greatly improved. Even if he encountered a king-level beast and couldn't defeat it, he wouldn't necessarily be killed, right? Just be careful of that big bug. Under the moonlight of 3 moons, Li Yu strode forward, running faster and faster as if flying across the sand. The Qi devouring art within him was fully activated, spiritual energy boiling around him, faintly producing a whooshing sound. Each step covered over 10 meters. Ding! A mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Host's advanced development of inner Tao rhythm has influenced self-realization of movement technique light bone body method. Upon hearing the prompt, Li Yu withdrew from his mysterious state. Did I have an epiphany? Is it because the Tao rhythm still lingers in my body? Light bone body method greatly reduces the user's body weight and uses a special Qi manipulation method to allow the user to move and dodge faster. It's actually a technique, seems like a profound cultivation method, Li Yu said, and before his words finished, the system's prompt came again. Congratulations, host, for comprehending a cultivation method for the first time, achieving Am I a Genius? Reward, 1 3-choice draw. Am I a genius? Draw for me. The 3 cards flipped over, emitting colorful light, and finally settled. The first card had a white border, the second a white border, and the third a blue border. It seems the system was drained dry by me last time, looks like it's out of money. Oh well, anything's fine, just open it. White card, a gold mine. Yes, it's that simple and unadorned. Choose it if you're short on cash. White card, a gold mine. Yes, it's that simple and unadorned. Choose it if you're short on cash. Blue card, a travel pass makes you more convincing when explaining your origins. Choose the travel pass, no need to say more. This is definitely the most important, Li Yu thought, stroking his chin. According to how this system operates, could there be a human city ahead? Just as he was thinking, Li Yu noticed a mass of black sand high in the sky, far from the ground, briefly obscuring the moonlight from the 3 moons. It swiftly passed over his head, flying south. Li Yu's mouth hung open, utterly awestruck. The gigantic mouth-broken earthworm he'd seen last time was utterly dwarfed by this black shadow. This was no natural phenomenon, but a monstrous beast. Sun-obscuring wind serpent monster, prefers to eat insects and rodent monsters, eats only monsters. Its wingspan is 1,500 meters, body length 500 meters. The single horn on its head can also summon lightning, repel water, manipulate wind, and travel tens of thousands of miles a day with complete freedom. However, it prefers to sleep during the day. Attributes: Constitution unknown? Strength unknown? Spirit unknown? This is too exaggerated, Li Yu murmured to himself. The sun-obscuring wind serpent's speed was incredibly fast. It passed Li Yu without the slightest pause,
likely seeing him as nothing more than a tiny ant.
No, I need to find a human city quickly, it's too dangerous out here.
After saying that, Liu activated his lightbone technique and, with stinky skin, rushed towards the giant rock without stopping. What would have originally been a 3 or 4 day journey was shortened significantly after Liu mastered the lightbone technique, increasing his speed several-fold. By noon the next day, a slightly out-of-breath Liu finally reached the vicinity of the giant rock. Although he had rested several times along the way, the long trek still left him feeling a bit tired. So high, so big, so wide, the already speechless Liu looked up at the earth-colored giant rock, which soared into the clouds, its top out of sight. Even its width spanned an astonishing several tens of kilometers. This humble monk feels the same way no matter how many times I see it, it's always awe-inspiring. Liu heard a deep, resonant male voice and then saw a tall, sturdy monk appear beside him where no one had been a moment ago. The monk had broad eyebrows and large eyes, wore a kasaya, and a string of 108 prayer beads made of unknown animal bones around his neck. He was smiling cheerfully at Liu, all his teeth clearly visible. A puzzled Liu quickly counted 47 of them, many more than an ordinary person. "What are you looking at, benefactor?" Nothing. "Hello, master." "I was just startled because I didn't see you next to me earlier," Liu quickly said. This was the first person he had encountered from another world, but thankfully, the otherworld customs guide had helped him. They were able to communicate smoothly despite their different languages. Indeed it is this humble monk's fault. May I ask, benefactor, are you heading back to Sword Sheath City? Did you happen to see a massive black storm pass by in the sky? The night before last, I did indeed see a huge black storm pass by in the sky, obscuring the moonlight. It probably headed in that direction, Liu admitted without hesitation. After all, this monk clearly possessed extraordinary cultivation, appearing silently by his side. It would be effortless for him to handle a novice like Liu, who had just begun his cultivation. "Benefactor, you've helped me greatly. This humble monk is Gao Wenlong from Fochasi Temple, and my Dharma name is Chanxi." After the great monk introduced himself, Liu finally saw the information the system provided him. Gao Wenlong, one of the 3 great eminent monks of Fochasi Temple. He practices internal Wu Lu non-leakage and external Bu Huai indestructible cultivation. His body radiates Buddhist aura, making him impervious to all evil. Attributes: Constitution, unknown. Strength, unknown. Spirit, unknown. Liu's heart sank. All question marks? Such a powerful individual. And only after the other party introduced himself did the system provide partial information. Many thanks, young brother. I see you are cultivating. Take this as a token of my gratitude, please don't think it's too little. With that, he handed Liu a milky white crystal, about the size of a fingernail. May we meet again when destiny allows. He finished, and without waiting for Liu to express his thanks, he disappeared from Liu's sight in a few steps. Liu was slightly stunned, looking at the crystal in his hand. Spirit Stone Midgrade contains rich spiritual energy, an essential currency and cultivation resource in the cultivation world. So this is a spirit stone? I always read in novels that spirit stones were fist-sized. Why is this one only fingernail-sized? Liu thought about it later, and it made sense. If a pile of fist-sized spirit stones existed, it would take up too much space. Small and refined, containing essence within, perhaps this was the true purpose of spirit stones. Master Chanxi just said I was from Sword Sheath City. It seems there should be a city nearby. I'd better hurry and look for it. In less than half a day, he discovered a giant oasis. Within the oasis, there was an isolated city surrounded by vegetation. The city walls were towering, but outside the walls, there seemed to be a huge market. Liu was still some distance from Sword Sheath City, but he could see people coming and going in the market, bustling with activity. Great, there really is a city. Although Liu had been living worry-free since transmigrating to another world with his system and tent, humans are social animals after all. Even with Choupi's companionship these past few days, Liu wanted to interact with people. Otherwise, his heart would always be in suspense. Now it was good. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his light bone technique and strode towards the oasis. As soon as he stepped into the oasis, a cool sensation washed over him. Unlike the scorching spiritual energy of the desert, and also different from the refreshing water vapor Liu had absorbed during the heavy rain that day, the spiritual energy in this giant oasis was a subtle, pervasive kind that moisturized silently. As he practiced his chi absorption technique, he felt his entire body become transparent, as if he were a thriving sapling.
This must be wood spiritual energy. It's truly wonderful. Liu couldn't help but sigh. After speaking, he said to Choupi, "You go back to the tent first. I'll go find out what's going on." Choupi, understanding, barked twice and was teleported into the tent space. Not long after, the bustling sounds of a crowd came rushing in.
Liu's clothes were, after all, a modern product. He looked at the surrounding people and felt out of place. He originally thought someone would question him, but everyone was busy with their own affairs, either hawking goods, buying items, or haggling. Occasionally, someone would see Liu and just yell to ask if he needed anything. It seems the other world is very inclusive, Liu thought to himself. He subtly observed the huge market. Many people had long cloths covering their heads, their bodies were dusty, and almost everyone carried a large bag. However, the bags were not completely sealed, and more than half of a scorpion tail protruded from inside. Liu pondered for a moment and then silently followed this group of people. "Shopkeeper Fong, this time we brought back 15 sand scorpions, and each one is large enough for medicine," said the man who appeared to be the leader of that group, addressing a dark, thin shop owner.
"Is that true?
Our Miaoshan Hall has been very short of sand scorpions recently. I don't know what's happened, but desert hunters have rarely been able to catch these beasts in the past few months. Logically speaking, even though these beasts have hard shells, there shouldn't be much danger."
Hearing this, Liu, for some reason, thought of that giant earthworm.
He suspected that the giant earthworm had probably eaten too much recently.
Isn't that the truth?
Our old crew walked in the desert for more than 10 days this time just to kill these.
Enough talk, let me show you.
After saying that, the leading man gestured, and a group of burly men behind him dumped out the sand scorpions from their bags. There were 15 sand scorpions of varying sizes, the largest about 1.5 meters long, and the smallest barely half a meter.
Not bad.
Although a few haven't matured yet, we urgently need these ones over a meter long. Shopkeeper Fong nodded and immediately said, "It's the same as before, 10 taels of silver for the larger ones, and 3 taels for the smaller ones."
How about it?
The leading man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Shopkeeper Fong smiled and extended his hand towards the pile of sand scorpions. They mysteriously disappeared just by being placed near his hand, suggesting he had a storage artifact. He then gave the money to the leading strongman. "This storage magic treasure is so convenient. I wish one of us had one," the leading man said enviously. "Ha, it's just the lowest grade magic treasure. Only our receiving shopkeepers have these. If you save up 3 to 5 low-grade spirit stones, you can buy one," Shopkeeper Fong said with a smile. "Alas, us desert folk live day to day and still have families to support. Farewell, Shopkeeper Fong." The big man finished speaking, took the money, turned to find his brothers to divide the earnings, and slowly walked towards the city. Desert Hunter Big Guy Attributes: Body 4, Strength 3, Spirit 1. Talent: Enduring Hunger. Honored guest, how may I be of service? Shopkeeper Fong looked at Liu. Liu had been following behind the desert hunters, and after that group left, he suddenly stood out, especially since his windbreaker distinguished him from the dusty, travel-worn people who had just departed. "Shopkeeper, I heard you buy desert scorpions here." Perhaps Liu's otherworldly charm guidebook was working regardless of whether he spoke the local language. It was implicitly understood that he could communicate without any awkwardness. "That's right, this shop is the only stall outside the city where Miaoshan Hall buys goods. The price is absolutely fair. Does the young man also have desert scorpions to sell?" After saying this, Shopkeeper Fong looked at the empty-handed Liu. His attitude subtly changed, and he immediately cupped his hands and softly added, "I didn't expect the young man to be so accomplished at such a young age, having already achieved success in cultivation." I've only just begun my journey, shopkeeper Fong is too kind. Liu quickly returned the gesture, then communicated with his tent space, tossing out the remaining 12 desert scorpions that he hadn't finished eating. This was only because Liu had just heard that low-level storage magic items only cost a few low-grade spirit stones, which were practically standard for cultivators, so he dared to do this. Although he didn't have a storage magic item yet, he had his tent space, 2 birds with 1 stone, perfect. These are huge desert scorpions. This was because Liu's desert scorpions were all 2 to 3 meters long. Those following the desert scorpion king couldn't be too small. Liu had even eaten the larger ones, and these remaining ones, which he was tired of, he had simply left in a corner. Ha, shopkeeper, give me an estimate. Liu simply chuckled. As expected of a cultivator. We've had large desert scorpions like these before, but they've been quite scarce recently. As the elder in charge, how about we price these 12 at 1 tael of gold each? Shopkeeper Fong said with a hint of deference. I just happened to pass by and killed a few. That's very fair, thank you, shopkeeper. Actually, Liu didn't know the real price, but he could tell shopkeeper Fong intended to befriend him and wouldn't offer too low a price. Moreover, by saying this, he could also appear profound and unfathomable. To be honest, he was a little intimidated when he first arrived here, but now he had some self-preservation ability, at least much stronger than those burly commoners. He decided to take things one step at a time. Here you go. If you want to buy various medicines, go to Miaoshan Hall in the city. Mention my name, and they'll definitely give you a good discount. After finishing the transaction, shopkeeper Fong didn't forget to promote his shop to Liu. After all, one cultivator's business could be more profitable than dozens of regular customers' transactions. Okay, shopkeeper, I'll browse around a bit more. With that, Liu, holding 12 taels of gold, prepared to continue wandering through the market. After strolling for a little while longer, Liu found that the market outside the city primarily dealt with buying and selling various goods, mostly necessities for the desert. Seeing no further gains, Liu turned to prepare to enter the city. Sir, said a little boy of about 8 or 9 standing next to Liu. Liu looked at him, puzzled, and saw that the boy was very small and skinny, with yellowish skin, as if he had been exposed to the desert sun for a long time. What is it? Sir, you must be new to our Scabbard city, right? I've grown up here since I was a child. Anything you want to know, just 10 copper coins, and I, little Laifu, can get it done. The thin boy said eagerly. Alright, let's go into the city first, find something to eat, and then you can tell me about this Scabbard city. Speaking of which, our Scabbard city is a famous attraction nearby. Sir, you know the story of the giant rock falling from the sky, right? Like a huge scabbard plunged into this desert. Such a famous story, I've heard it back home too. I've wanted to see it for a long time. In reality, Liu knew nothing about it, but he could only play along. Our Scabbard city belongs to Fian Mountain. After all, Fian Mountain is one of the top sects here. I heard there are many cultivators like you inside. After saying that, little Laifu quickly stuck out his tongue, realizing he had gone off topic. Fian Mountain indeed has formidable strength, and I admire it greatly. Liu could tell that little Laifu deeply admired Fian Mountain. Exactly. Sir, haven't you joined a sect yet? This month, Fian Mountain is sending outer disciples to recruit students. All my techniques are family inherited. Laifu, tell me about Fian Mountain's recruitment yourself. Liu's eyes lit up. Liu knew that having a big tree to rely on when first arriving somewhere would be incredibly comfortable. Fian Mountain sends people to the towns below twice a year to recruit disciples, mostly chore disciples. But I'm sure you, sir, can become an outer disciple. I heard that chore disciples get 10 taels of silver just for their monthly allowance, plus food and lodging. As he spoke, Laifu's eyes sparkled. The two continued to chat as they walked towards the city. The guards at the gate simply glanced at Liu. The imagined obstruction didn't occur. Liu had been wondering if his travel permit would be useful if they didn't let him in. Little Laifu, no need to rush for food. Take me to a tailor shop first. Also, I'm very interested in local customs and culture. Is there a bookstore that introduces these things for me to browse?
Liu just wanted to change into clothing that fit the local style and quickly figure out how cultivation worked.
Sir, there's an observing star pavilion shop not far from the tailor's.
After we buy clothes, we can go there.
The shops along the street were dazzling: tea houses, taverns, tailor shops, medicine shops, and all kinds of other establishments. Shopkeepers had hung their signs high, truly no different from the ancient town commercial streets Liu had visited on Blue Star. Sir, this tailor shop not only has good fabrics but also fair prices. I heard our city lord even had custom clothes made here, little Lifu said quickly, leading Liu to the front of a two-story tailor shop.
Okay, let's go in and take a look.
As soon as they entered, a delicate-looking girl of 13 or 14 years old quickly came out to greet them.
Welcome, distinguished guest, to Choupi Pavilion. All the tailors in our shop are the best in Swordsheath City. Alright, help me pick out an outfit. Something convenient I can wear right now.
Before long, Liu stood before a bronze mirror, admiring himself in his crimson, close-fitting undershirt and short jacket, paired with a light yellow robe. The cuffs were simply tailored for easy movement, appearing neat and uncumbersome. The belt felt soft and resilient, like cowhide, and the black trousers and boots seemed to be of one piece.
Liu lightly stomped his foot and found the sole of the shoes must have been made with some kind of glue, soft yet elastic, quite suitable. This is really nice. How much is this set? Liu nodded in satisfaction.
Sir, this outfit truly suits you. Many cultivators come to our shop to buy. This series of ready-to-wear clothing is all prepared for cultivator sirs. It used to cost 5 taels of gold, but today we have a discount in the shop, only 4 taels of gold, the young girl said, naturally picking the most pleasant words.
That expensive?
Before Liu could speak, little Lifu beside him exclaimed.
The price is reasonable, I'll take this set, Liu said.
To be honest, a dozen or so desert scorpions were worth more than 10 taels of gold, so he now felt that money was still easy to earn, and this outfit indeed fit him very well.
It's not expensive at all.
Actually, other parts are fine, but the sole of these shoes is refined from 3-leaf glue tree resin.
Just that alone is almost 2 taels of gold.
When cultivators wear these shoes, they are wear-resistant, anti-slip, and very sturdy, the young girl explained, rolling her eyes at little Lifu as if to say he was ignorant.
Alright, little Lifu, take me to the stargazing pavilion.
Okay, sir, it's not far, just across the street, little Lifu said, then muttered something softly about not bullying a young man in poverty, and how 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, things change. Liu looked at the 3-story stargazing pavilion before him. Unlike the ready-to-wear shop earlier, every floor of the stargazing pavilion was carved with exquisite patterns. Both the beams and the walls were encircled by stars, as if one were immersed in the cosmos.
Although the room wasn't much larger than the clothing store, Liu inexplicably felt an immense sense of his own insignificance. Every time I come here, I always feel even smaller. The stargazing pavilion is amazing, all larger towns decorate them like this.
Sir, imagine how rich they must be, little Lifu whispered beside him. Ha, they must indeed be very rich, Liu said, perfunctorily responding to little Lifu while stepping inside. When Liu and little Lifu entered the stargazing pavilion, no one came to greet them. The ground floor was filled with books on display cabinets, all in a uniform light yellow color scheme. There weren't many people in the shop, but they were all dressed impeccably.
Oh, I've wanted to see that stargazer ranking for so long.
I wonder which talented young people have made it onto the list recently. It's been half a year since I last checked. Liu, hearing this, walked discreetly to a pile of standardized books, picked one up, and then nearby grabbed Beginner's Guide for Cultivators and Atlas of the Great Abyss.
15 taels of silver, please.
The ranking list was 10 taels, and the 2 thick books together were only 5. I heard this stargazer ranking is updated monthly. It's truly a profitable business.
Let's find somewhere to eat, we can look at it while we eat. Lifu's eyes lit up and he quickly said, My lord, let's go to Cultivation Pavilion. Their braised pork hock is especially famous. I've seen one with my own eyes, it must have been 800 or 900 caddies. Lifu swallowed saliva as he spoke. Alright, to Cultivation Pavilion it is.
A meal for 2 cost 30 taels of silver. Although Liu cooked for himself in his tent, it was not a restaurant after all. Even though the spirit meat didn't increase attributes, the taste was worlds apart from his own cooking.
Why has the shadowless sword dropped in rank again? How long has it been?
Little Lai Fu grumbled to himself. He had been absent-minded ever since he finished reading the Stargazer ranking. It seemed he was a devotee of the shadowless sword.
Little Lai Fu, that's enough for today.
Thanks, Liu said, handing scattered silver to Little Lai Fu. Counting it, there were 7 or 8 taels.
My lord, this is too much,
Little Lai Fu exclaimed. Initially, he had only mentioned 10 copper coins.
Take it. Don't flaunt your wealth, let's go.
Liu didn't care much for the silver, but he couldn't give too much either, as too much money can make people unpredictable.
Thank you, my lord, may you soon ascend the Stargazer ranking.
This was the best blessing Little Lai Fu could think of.
Liu smiled and shook his head, walking alone into a 2-story inn.
The inn's exterior was adorned with simple dark brown decorations, but the interior was quite tastefully furnished, with elegant furniture and arrangements.
Though not large, it was clean. Liu secretly nodded.
Although he had a tent space, he wanted to both remain inconspicuous and experience an ancient inn.
Innkeeper, do you still have rooms?
Honored guest, there are still a few upper rooms available.
Recently, wasn't Fian Mountain recruiting disciples in our sword sheath city?
Most of the rooms are full. The busy errand boy, who was wiping tables, quickly came over to answer upon hearing Liu's question.
All right, what's the price for an upper room, and how much for several days?
Oh, though our inn is small, we have a conscience. The boss said that anyone coming to participate in the Fian Mountain selection these days gets a 50% discount. Staying in an upper room for 10 days only costs 10 taels of silver.
Good, I'll stay for 10 days. Isn't the day for recruiting disciples just a few days away?
That's right, honored guest, it starts 7 days from now, at dawn.
Do I need to register in advance?
Liu asked curiously.
You can just go on the day itself.
Don't worry about the crowds. I heard Fian Mountain has its own methods to verify eligibility.
Hee, there will definitely be many people going to watch the fun then. All right, take me to my room. Liu didn't say much after listening.
He was somewhat anxious to understand what the cultivator's introduction and Grand Abyss map in his hands were all about. Although it was a premium room, it was only slightly larger in space and couldn't compare to the environment inside the tent at all. The waiter brewed a pot of new tea on the table and then excused himself.
Liu took a sip and, predictably, it was just tea, though it was quite sweet.
But to compare it with the spirit tea in the tent would be asking too much. Let's first see what this cultivator's introduction is about, he said, and without further delay, he opened it. From it, he learned what a cultivator was. Simply put, anyone who could absorb the omnipresent spiritual energy between heaven and earth could be considered a cultivator, but only a few out of thousands could do so. While it wasn't impossible for one to enter cultivation later by consuming rare treasures, most people were screened out by birthright.
Fortunately, I have a system.
According to the cultivator's introduction, one needs a spirit attribute of 10 or higher to be considered a cultivator. The level of spirit attribute directly affects the upper limits of body and strength. No wonder I saw that Chance Monk had such a high spirit attribute. Liu also learned that cultivators were divided into 6 major realms: body tempering, marrow cleansing, post-celestial, pre-celestial, mind illumination, and deity sight.
Each major realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. However, the latter 2 realms were too rare. Even a pre-celestial cultivator already possessed immense power and could become a regional overlord.
The book also introduced several well-known major powers. Perhaps due to its proximity to Fian Mountain, the book heavily emphasized that Fian Mountain was one of the Great Abyss Dynasty's 7 largest forces, governing dozens of major cities, with numerous masters and countless disciples and grand disciples. It also boasted an endless number of cultivation techniques, making it the preferred holy land for cultivators in the Great Abyss.
Why do I feel like this stargazing tower's entire advertising strategy is so familiar? Liu mumbled helplessly. Now let's look at the Grand Abyss map.
This map can actually be folded 7 times, so it must be very large.
Li Yu then placed the map on the square table, opened it, and was instantly speechless. "This is too much of a rip-off," Li Yu exclaimed. It was indeed a very large map when opened, but only the Great Abyss part was somewhat detailed. The rest was a vast black expanse, merely marked with some place names and local customs. They pocketed all the money. Li Yu cursed as he looked. Sword Scabbard City was in the northern part of the Great Abyss, appearing as only a tiny black dot on the map, which showed just how vast the Great Abyss was. The Great Abyss also had official authorities, but they merely assisted local sects in management. In fact, local sects were often more effective than the government. Most local residents knew the name of the sect leader who managed them but couldn't recall the name of the local yamen magistrate. Is this a world of cultivators? Li Yu then looked at a huge black shadow adjacent to the Great Abyss, which, along with the Great Abyss, was located in the eastern part of the entire map. The Great Qin Empire, it has been ruled by the empire for tens of thousands of years until now. The imperial family constantly produces geniuses, and its military and civilians are unified, with everyone resembling a dragon. There are numerous sects within the Great Qin Empire, but all maintain good relations with the empire. What good relations? It seems this Great Qin Empire is incredibly powerful, keeping all the sects neatly subdued. Li Yu curled his lip. There was no other reason power is paramount, a truth everywhere. Looking below the map, a large area of green vegetation was depicted, with only a few sentences marked. The southern barbarian lands are vast swamps and jungles, rife with witchcraft and sacrifices, exceedingly dangerous. However, due to special natural treasures and numerous perils, many desperados venture there. It is rumored that strange cultivators and strange people often appear here. Could it be the legendary ghost cultivators of China? Li Yu then looked to the left of the map. The far west is sparsely populated, with a varied environment but abundant resources. It serves as the primary habitat for the demon race, with 28 demon kings whose power shakes the world. Indeed, it's normal to have cultivators and demons. Li Yu wasn't surprised, just marveling at the diversity of species. To be honest, he was very curious about what demons looked like. After all, people on the Blue Star grew up watching Journey to the West, and curiosity is human nature. Looking at the top of the map, a vast expanse of white occupied a large area. The snowfield is a land of extreme cold. Its snowfield people are exceptionally gifted, incredibly tall, and it is a top-tier forging sacred land. The snowfield is rich in minerals, a natural treasure trove. Next, he looked at the largest area on the map. Central Plains is the center of the world, boundless and vast, the origin of everything. Countless sects have established themselves here. A simple introduction: the Central Plains is the center. The edges of the map were an endless blue, briefly mentioned in a single stroke. The offshore islands possess rich resources. Only a few large sects, due to the requirements of their cultivation methods, reside permanently overseas. It seems this is the entire map. What a massive world! By Li Yu's estimation, just the Great Abyss section alone was already about the size of Blue Star, not counting some surrounding small countries, or the even larger Great Qin. And as he looked at the vast Central Plains continent, an indescribable emotion surged within Li Yu, an intense excitement. Good! I must see this great world. However, the immediate priority should be cultivating and improving himself. He should first go and participate in the Fian Mountain assessment in a few days. Li Yu looked at his attribute values, confident in gaining entry. He took out the few pages given by the waiter and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who's smarter than whom? The waiter, seeing Li Yu staying in the top room and being a cultivator here for the selection, actually pulled out a few pieces of paper from his inner lining. They clearly detailed precautions and assessment experiences. Li Yu immediately gave him an ounce of silver. It seemed the waiter had been making a good profit recently. It looks like those with a spirit around 10 can only be chore disciples. Those above will most likely enter as outer disciples. And surprisingly, the criteria for cultivation talent is different from what I thought. It assesses how long it takes to reach the current realm, not whether one started from a young age. Li Yu couldn't help but think, no wonder the miscellaneous records in the cultivator entry said that there were 86-year-old elders who suddenly awakened and cultivated to a quite profound realm. However, entry also has limitations. The age limit for outer disciples is 40, so it seems 25 isn't that old for me.
Innate talent and bone structure are only one aspect. The books even mention countless spiritual roots, with endless effects. There was a cultivator who awakened a spiritual root at a young age, and its effect was surprisingly that he could eat a lot. For over 10 years, he still hadn't developed anything special. He just ate a lot and got hungry quickly, becoming a laughingstock in the cultivation world for a time. I wonder if the system can arrange a spiritual route for me, Liu was thinking, when he heard the familiar mechanical voice.
Host understands the cultivation world. The system is about to upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade now? Yes or no? Liu mentally clicked yes, then suddenly realized, wait, system, how long did you say it would take? Upgrade complete. Liu, are you toying with me? Was it all preloaded? Let's check for new features.
Liu immediately connected his consciousness to the system.
This update introduces a crucial mechanism, potential points.
Every moment spent in the outside world will increase the host's potential. Potential can be used to purchase rare items in the store, and to improve your attribute values and cultivation techniques.
There's also a thoughtful daily sign-in system that rewards additional potential points. Please explore for more details. Idle upgrading?
I feel like I'm a converter for the system, Liu said, stroking his chin.
What's the deal with the store, system? 3 items will refresh every 7 days. The host can exchange them using potential points.
Liu saw a large sign-in button in the upper right of his consciousness, and an icon of a treasure pavilion with a large golden ingot on it.
Isn't this a legendary web game?
Where's the recharge interface?
I want to recharge. This function is not available. Forget it, sign in. Reward, 2 potential points. Liu just said it casually, then looked at the items in the store. White, an exquisite fan, depicting famous mountains and rivers. Essential for refined elegance, 20 potential points. Blue, a wisp of mist.
A wisp of unknown gas, consuming it will increase your or your beast companion's abilities, 30 potential points. Purple, profound ghost blade, silver and white throughout, incredibly hard. A red hilt inlaid with unknown red strange stones, a sharp blade tip, about 1 foot long, considered a short blade. Each time you use the profound ghost blade to attack an enemy, your first attack will deal additional damage to the enemy. 600 potential points. Actively using the profound ghost blade will significantly increase your swinging and stabbing speed for 5 breaths, requiring a large amount of chi. This is simply a divine weapon. It seems it can be activated with chi, but it's just too expensive. But it doesn't matter, I'll keep it for now and slowly accumulate more. For no other reason, Liu noticed a faint, ghostly lock icon on each item in the store. He lightly touched it with his mind, and the lock became real. This meant that when the 7-day refresh period arrived, it should remain.
How humane. Let me check my attributes. Liu, Con 15, STR 21, SPR 30.
Cultivation method, chi-eating method intermediate, a profound cultivation technique that requires no specific exertion. It naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing. Body agility technique, significantly reduces the user's body weight and uses a special ki circulation method to allow the user to move and dodge faster.
Talent, elusive. Potential points, 2. First, I'll go back to the tent to train myself before considering anything else.
As soon as Liu was teleported back to the tent space, Choupi barked at him, as if asking why he took so long.
I brought you braised pork hock.
Liu had packed a portion after eating at the restaurant, but with his mind on cultivator matters, he'd forgotten about it. However, Choupi in the tent space had seen Liu feasting and even packing the hock. This little guy was really cunning now. After barking a few times, it snatched the braised pork hock from Liu's hand and went to its dog bowl, gobbling it down. It even hummed while eating, showing how delicious it truly was. Even without spiritual energy, all those spices must have made it tasty. For several days, Liu practiced the chi-eating method outside the city in the desert or oasis during the day. At night, he returned to the inn, which was actually his tent, to lift stone locks and push his potential, improving his attributes. He also spent one day specifically visiting cultivator shops and bought a very good exotic beast pouch. This exotic beast pouch cost Liu 50 spirit stones, but there was no other way Liu really needed it. Otherwise, how could he explain Choupi appearing and disappearing at will? It was indeed a shop that exclusively served cultivators. Originally, Liu only wanted to buy an exotic beast pouch for 20 or 30 spirit stones. But the shop assistant explained that this exotic beast pouch was very large and could hold live creatures. Things that wouldn't fit in a small storage pouch could be put into the much larger exotic beast pouch, as long as your exotic beast was obedient and wouldn't cause trouble. Liu had a flaw: he always wanted to get something decent, even if it meant overspending. It didn't pain him since it was given by the Zen-colored monk. Through his observations over these past few days, he also understood the general exchange rates between currencies. 100 ordinary copper coins could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, and 100 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold. He initially thought cultivators no longer needed gold, but to his surprise, gold was still the common currency for cultivators. Spirit stones were only used when trading or involving cultivator items. Moreover, he could apparently exchange roughly 100 taels of gold for spirit stones, which completely subverted Liu's understanding. It seemed cultivators were just people after all. However, the daily price fluctuates according to the money house, and it is said that some merchants have even exchanged 70 or 80 taels of gold for spirit stones, selling them when prices soared to become rich overnight. Nevertheless, spirit stones or spirit stones, 1 mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 common spirit stones, but 100 common spirit stones cannot be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. This is simply because mid-grade spirit stones are already the primary currency in the cultivation world, while high-grade spirit stones only circulate directly among sects and high-level cultivators. 8 days passed quickly. 3 days ago, Liu found that eating the spirit food in his tent no longer increased his attributes, so he subsequently trained even harder, even eating grain abstinence pills sold in shops for meals. He didn't need anything else because 1 pill could keep him from hunger for 3 days. Unlike the expected bad taste, it was sweet, with a flavor similar to honey. It occurred to him that these grain abstinence pills needed long-term preservation, and honey, being durable, must be one of its ingredients. Liu opened his doors and windows, breathing in the cool morning air, and looked down. Although it was early morning, the streets were already filled with many sturdy figures or pedestrians with sharp weapons at their waists, heading towards the city center. It seems they are all people going to the city lord's mansion to participate in the selection. As expected of Fian Mountain, those who come for the selection directly occupy the city lord's mansion in the city center. I should set off too. With that, Liu jumped directly from the window, activated his light body technique, and strode towards the city center, overtaking a group of people in just a few flashes. With the light body technique pushed to its extreme, his entire body felt almost half as light. Each step forward surpassed several people. The imagined angry curses from the crowd did not appear. Instead, many people heard the sound of rushing wind behind them and voluntarily moved to the sides. It wasn't just Liu, he also saw several other individuals on the road moving swiftly, clearly having mastery of movement techniques. As he approached the city lord's mansion, Liu slowed down, only quickening his pace and adjusting his breathing. His entire state was unprecedentedly vigorous, with bright, piercing eyes. Liu, Constitution 19, Strength 25, Spirit 33. Cultivation method, Shi-eating method intermediate, a profound chi-refining method that doesn't require deliberate exertion. It naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside through breathing. Light bone technique around the body, greatly reduces the user's body weight and uses a special chi circulation method to allow the user to move and dodge faster. Talent, erratic. Potential value, 85. In these past few days, through training and daily sign-ins, both his attributes and potential value have significantly increased. It seems he hasn't reached his limit. Looking at this rate of increase, there should be a lot of room for improvement. Line up and pass through here. Those who feel a vibration go straight in, those who don't, return the way you came. Don't try to sneak through, or you'll suffer the consequences, said 2 young men, aged 17 or 18, dressed in dark green robes. Over 10,000 participants were present, yet only 2 people maintained order at the entrance. Not a single person found fault or caused trouble. They all obediently followed the instructions of these two Fian Mountain disciples.
In fact, the two men's attitude wasn't arrogant, but their inherent pride truly made people take notice.
It seems this is also a treasure, capable of discerning whether people have cultivation ability. Liu looked at the round stones embedded in the ground by the two youths, seeing the surrounding dirt indicated they had just been smashed in with brute force. This indeed made things much more convenient. One only needed to walk past, and if there was a prompt, enter for assessment, otherwise, they could leave directly.
Hum, Liu felt a vibration coming from under his feet. Go inside, maybe we'll be fellow disciples.
One of the two, a tall and thin young man, said with a smile to Liu.
Thank you for your kind words, brother.
I'll seek your guidance after I've entered the sect. Liu returned the smile, expecting that he certainly had the aptitude. He walked into the main hall of the city lord's mansion in 2 or 3 steps. The large doors were wide open, revealing a spacious interior. The floor was paved with smooth bluestone slabs, and exquisite murals and green plants adorned the walls. In the center of the hall was a long sandalwood table, where 2 young and 1 older cultivators sat.
Oh? Someone with aptitude so soon? Come forward, what's your name? Upon hearing this, Liu quickly stepped forward.
He stopped a short distance from the 3 cultivators and bowed with cupped hands. Junior Liu pays respects to the 3 seniors. You go and check his aptitude. One of the younger cultivators actually instructed the elder, who appeared decades older than him, to examine Liu's aptitude. Yes, 8th senior brother. The older cultivator merely flickered and instantly appeared beside Liu. Perhaps sensing Liu's confusion and fearing he might speak out of turn, he immediately explained, the one sitting in the middle is our inner sect's 8th senior brother.
This time he's accompanying us to see if there are any good prospects in Jinqiao City.
Without waiting for a reply, he placed his arm directly on Liu's shoulder.
Only a few breaths passed. Oh? Good bone structure, the elder exclaimed lightly. Is that so? What level is it approximately? 8th senior brother's eyes also lit up as he asked.
He has only cultivated a rudimentary technique, very gentle. He probably hasn't been exposed to cultivation for too long, but he's already in the body tempering realm, likely close to the intermediate stage.
How long have you been cultivating?
Tell me truthfully, 8th senior brother quickly asked.
About 3 or 4 months.
There was an accident at home. I just used to train my body, and after cultivating some kid drawing methods, I inexplicably became like this. Liu could only fabricate some pre-prepared excuses. After all, he had reached this state in less than a month, and he didn't know if others could do the same, but he had no foundation, making it hard to explain. However, if he said he had always trained his body and then suddenly achieved enlightenment to become a cultivator, it should still be plausible.
There were many such cases among cultivators entering sects. Oh, your talent is indeed impressive. Are you from Sword City? 8th senior brother asked further. Replying to senior brother, my home is in nearby Lijiang City. After an accident, my family sold off our property, so I've been wandering around.
Hearing that Fian Mountain was recruiting disciples, I traveled through the desert to get here, he said, taking out a road pass, a system item, from his hand to show 8th senior brother. Of course, this statement was 1 truth and 9 lies. He only knew there was a Lijiang city nearby and could only fabricate a story about his family having an accident.
Talented and persistent.
You have great potential in Fian Mountain. 8th senior brother merely glanced at the road pass and immediately seemed reassured, as if it held some mysterious power. Little Liu, record his talent and character as superior, and his family background as clean. 8th senior brother instructed another young disciple next to him.
Yes, 8th senior brother. Liu, come wait behind me. It's still a full day today.
Oh, by the way, my name is Li Xingxiu, we're even from the same family. With your aptitude, you can directly join the outer sect as a disciple, no need to be a handyman. Thank you, senior brotherly. Liu quickly went along with it, dropping the 8th senior brother title and moving directly behind Li Xingxiu.
The surname Liu and the elder beside them immediately looked at Liu with envious eyes. Although they were also outer sect disciples, they clearly hadn't received the attention of this 8th senior brother. It seemed Li Yu was highly regarded by the inner sect's 8th senior brother.
In just one morning, the city lord's mansion hall was filled with people, about 30 or 40 in total. However, all of them had been examined by the elder and were designated as outer sect handymen. But don't underestimate the Fian Mountain outer sect handymen. The two arrogant youths maintaining order outside were just handymen, yet they commanded enough respect to keep tens of thousands from causing trouble.
What's going on this time? Is Li Yu the only promising talent?
Li Xingxiu's expression was clearly off, and he snorted coldly. In fact, for 30-plus people to qualify for cultivation was already a considerable number. Unless they had extraordinary talent or connections, outer sect disciples of Fian Mountain all started as handymen. However, it was clear that 8th senior brother was someone who cared about his reputation, who wouldn't want to discover a few promising talents to bring back. Just the rewards from the sect alone would be substantial.
8th senior brother, this girl actually has ice skin and jade bones.
The elder exclaimed loudly.
What? Let me see.
Before Li Yu could react, Li Xingxiu appeared beside the girl in the center of the hall.
Excellent, excellent. This trip was truly worthwhile. This time, if I'm not first, I'm at least among the top. Little Lu, record her talent as top tier.
The overjoyed Li Xingxiu even blurted out his inner thoughts, showing his extreme delight.
What is your name?
Replying to senior, this humble girl is Lin Luxue.
My father is Lin Hai, the deputy city lord of Sword City.
In his youth, he was also an outer sect disciple of Fian Mountain. Lin Luxue's voice was sweet, but the meaning she conveyed was clear and crucial.
Oh? Is that so?
Very good.
You can also wait behind me with Li Yu. Let's see if there are any more promising talents. Li Xingxia narrowed his eyes and then said. Li Yu merely thought for a moment and sensed something fishy.
It was probably just the vice city lord wanting to leverage his daughter's status to get rid of his vice title or something similar. In any case, it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't dwell on it. Lin Luxue walked up to Li Yu, bringing with her a faint fragrance, and softly said to him, "This humble one is Lin Luxue.
May I know your esteemed name, senior brother?
We've entered together, please take good care of me."
My name is Li Yu.
I just arrived a little earlier, I don't dare claim such a thing, Li Yu said, then suddenly glanced at Lin Luxue. Her face was exquisitely picturesque, her eyebrows like new moons, skin fair, and figure graceful. Her hands were slender, without any trace of cultivation. She wore a light green, form-fitting, waist-cinched ruchuan, which surprisingly bore some resemblance to the garments of Fian Mountain. This woman has some ulterior motives, Li Yu couldn't help but think. Lin Luxue attributes: Constitution 35, Strength 13, Spirit 52, Spiritual Root, Ice Muscle Jade Bonus, Spiritual Root more commonly awakened by females. It grants fair skin, jade-like bones, enhances physical constitution and spiritual power, and prevents common injuries from leaving scars. No need to draw your eyebrows, you're already beautiful. That saves money on cosmetics, Li Yu mused to himself. The 3 suns in the sky had already set, and 4 braziers were lit around them, crackling and burning. Let's stop here, time is almost up, Li Xingxiu said.
Have those 2 rascals come back? Tell them the selection is over.
Having these 80-plus people is already good, plus 2 disciples with outstanding talent. This trip was well worth it, Li Xingxiu finished, smiling at Li Yu and Lin Luxue.
Then he added, everyone, head back for now. We'll gather here again tomorrow morning to return to Fian Mountain together. Yes, 8th senior brother.
Li Yu, Lin Luxue, don't leave just yet. Yes, senior brother Li, the 2 outside handyman disciples said respectfully.
At this moment, the 2 handyman disciples outside also carried back the testing boulder.
Li Xingxiu put away the boulder, then handed each of them a token made of unknown wood. The front had a large character outer, and the back featured a magnificent, exotic bird.
This is the token for outer sect disciples.
When you return, communicate with it using your mind. It contains some basic cultivation methods.
Congratulations.
I look forward to you entering the inner sect soon.
When that happens, I'll give you another surprise.
Thank you, senior brother Li, both bowed respectfully to Li Xingxiu.
Alright, you two should also go back early.
Don't forget to gather here tomorrow morning, Li Xingqiu said, fearing they might get absorbed in studying the techniques and forget to gather the next day to return to Fian Mountain. It wasn't surprising he said more. It had happened many times before. When first introduced to cultivation, many would get so engrossed that they'd arrive late, requiring someone to fetch them. Of course, this was limited to exceptionally talented disciples. As Liu walked past two young handyman disciples on his way out, the two youths quickly lowered their heads in greeting, their voices respectful and envious. Congratulations, senior brother and senior sister. No need for such formality, it's just a matter of time, Liu said with a slight smile, then walked out.
Senior brotherly, I'll head back then. See you tomorrow. Junior sister Lin, take care. See you tomorrow. Liu courteously replied, then quickly turned and walked towards the inn.
As soon as he returned to his room, someone knocked on the door. Liu, puzzled, opened it to find 7 or 8 people standing outside, both men and women. Upon closer inspection, they were all disciples selected for flying Wild Goose Mountain at the City Lord's mansion today.
Everyone, what is this?
Liu asked, confused.
Senior brotherly, perhaps you could let us in?
Oh, please come in, quickly.
Senior brother, my name is Wang Tong.
It's like this, we've admired Senior Brotherly for a long time. Since we've just joined and don't know anyone, and we're from the same city as Senior Brotherly, we'd like to ask Senior Brotherly to look after us more within the sect. The leading man said in a clear voice, his attitude respectful yet neither obsequious nor arrogant. Of course, we're all from the same place, so it's only right that we look out for each other, Liu replied.
This is a small token of our appreciation. It's late, so we won't bother senior brother any further. We'll see you tomorrow.
After speaking, Wang Tong placed a silk pouch on the table, then, with a slight bow from himself and the others, turned to leave.
No, you take this back, I can't accept it, Liu quickly said, trying to hand the pouch back to Wang Tong. Senior brother, it's just a small token of appreciation from us junior brothers and sisters. This pouch was even hand-sewn by junior sister Qian, it's just a gesture.
Wang Tong said, then glanced at a woman in the group, who promptly smiled at Liu.
All right, but just this once. If any fellow disciples need anything, just call me, don't be shy. Liu can only nod.
After everyone had left, Liu closed the door and eagerly opened the silk pouch, pouring out its contents. The jingling sound revealed a small pile of spirit stones.
Liu carefully counted about 80 pieces.
He rubbed his hands and said, it seems this kid Wang Tong gave me 10 extra. He really knows how to handle things.
First, I'll go back to the tent and see what cultivation methods are in the token.
As soon as he returned to the tent, Choupi came over to Liu, barking. It had seen Liu successfully enter Flying Wild Goose Mountain from inside the tent and was happy for its master.
Ha, the good days are yet to come. Liu said, then directly took out his outer sect token.
He held it in his right hand and communicated with it using his spiritual sense. In an instant, 3 cultivation methods appeared in his mind. The system detected new cultivation methods and automatically recorded them. Startling Swan Fist Initiate, the basic fist technique of Flying Wild Goose Mountain, a prerequisite for learning advanced techniques later.
Startling Swan Steps Initiate, the basic movement technique of Flying Wild Goose Mountain, a prerequisite for learning advanced techniques later. Startling Swan Sword Initiate, the basic sword technique of Flying Wild Goose Mountain, a prerequisite for learning advanced techniques later. Do you want to consume potential points to upgrade?
That's right, practicing it myself would definitely be slow, especially since my talent was all added by the system.
But I have potential points. Add points for me, Startling Swan Fist. Startling Swan Fist Beginner, the basic fist technique of Flying Wild Goose Mountain, a prerequisite for learning advanced techniques later.
Liu felt a cool sensation in his mind, as if he had practiced it thousands of times, and began to perform the Startling Swan Fist on the spot. His fists swung rapidly like a strong wind, swift and deadly. A series of air-splitting sounds came, and his fists were faintly covered with a layer of faint red energy. Just looking at it made him feel its immense power. After completing the entire set of boxing, Liu didn't break a sweat. Instead, he felt completely unblocked, and even sensed a subtle improvement.
This set of boxing feels really good to perform.
Although the moves don't seem heavy, they give a sense of extreme agility and offer room for improvisation.
It seems that combining it with footwork could elevate it further.
System: add points to startling swan steps.
Startling swan steps beginner, the basic footwork of Fian Mountain, a prerequisite for learning more advanced cultivation techniques.
Since the light bone technique can be compatible with startling swan steps, their fusion greatly enhances footwork.
Oh, there's such a good thing? Let's see the footwork after fusion.
Light bone technique fusion: after integrating with beginner startling swan steps, it significantly reduces the user's body weight and uses a special breathing method to allow the user to move and dodge faster, and also provides a brief hovering effect.
You can't fly, you can only glide slightly.
It's strange, when reading introductions to cultivators, it says powerful cultivators can move mountains and fill seas, but few mention anyone who can fly through the sky, escape into the earth, or move through the air.
Is the gravity too strong?
Liu knew that on his first day of cultivation, he fantasized about being able to fly and roam the world. This should be the most basic fantasy for every blue star person.
Having improved his footwork, Liu felt light, as if weightless, and couldn't help but want to test his limits. System: teleport me out. Liu didn't open the door to go outside.
He just opened the window, and his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring, not an exaggeration, but truly like a sharp arrow.
Liu landed on a rooftop and sped towards the city's outskirts.
Although his speed was swift, as his feet touched the rooftops, the tiles made only a tiny sound.
People inside, if they weren't cultivators, would certainly not have noticed.
Passing by the tall city wall, Liu didn't even stop. His feet pressed against the smooth wall, moving straight up without losing speed, and in just a few steps, his entire body landed on top of the city wall.
Who's there?
Several old soldiers guarding the city wall were chatting idly by a brazier when they suddenly saw a dark figure and naturally shouted their inquiry. "Apologies, gentlemen, I am a newly inducted disciple of Fian Mountain. My senior brother just taught me a new cultivation method, and I temporarily couldn't control myself, so I just wanted to try it out a little,"
Liu hastily explained. "We've seen you, sir."
This old man was reckless.
"Please proceed with your experiment, we'll be fine."
Hearing that he was a disciple of Fian Mountain, the old soldiers quickly apologized.
Liu felt an inexhaustible strength throughout his body. He simply nodded and jumped off the city wall.
The city wall of Sword Scabbard City was over 100 meters high. During his descent, Liu adjusted his steps several times, treading on the protrusions of the wall. When he was almost 50 meters from the ground, he fully activated the light bone technique. He soared forward for 200 to 300 meters like a feather, yet with speed. The moment he landed, Liu laughed heartily, feeling invigorated all over, and then continued onward, walking further and further away. He truly is a disciple of Fian Mountain, a divine being, the old soldiers remarked, watching Liu glide through the air, their voices filled with envy. Liu naturally didn't hear what the old soldiers said. If he had, he'd likely have died of shame. To be called an immortal by old soldiers, despite being just a beginner, showed how powerful cultivators appeared in the eyes of ordinary people. Since performing the startled swan fist a moment ago, he had felt an immense surge of energy throughout his body. And after fully activating the light bone technique just now, his meridians felt swollen, as if something was about to burst forth. Liu kept running outwards, still feeling unsatisfied, and even began punching with both hands as he ran, a faint reddish aura enveloping his entire body. In the midst of this exhilaration, Liu struck a giant tree in the oasis with a powerful punch. There was a dull thud, not very loud, but Liu's fist left a deep indentation in the tree trunk.
Did I see that right?
There seemed to be a faint phantom on my fist, like a bird, Liu thought. After delivering that satisfying punch, he noticed a bird-shaped aura on his fist that seemed to strike the giant tree. Breathing heavily, Liu approached the giant tree to examine his punch mark closely. He merely pressed his hand against the tree, and the spot he touched inward as if it were tofu.
Ha! What's going on? Liu wondered, then pressed his entire hand forcefully into the giant tree.
The whole tree collapsed as if it were made of dregs.
What?
Such power!
Li Yu exclaimed in surprise.
He then quickly walked to another giant tree nearby and pressed it forcefully with his hand, finding its texture solid.
It must have been that punch of mine. Could it be a critical hit from the startled swan fist, causing a beastly shadow to appear?
The cold, mechanical prompt sounded on time. Host has comprehended startled swan fist and startled swan steps, consuming the remaining Tao of the body to enhance personal potential and independently comprehend a spirit root.
Burning mountains, boiling seas self-comprehended spirit root. When the body's potential is stimulated under specific circumstances, it greatly boosts all attributes and strengthens cultivation techniques.
There will be a period of weakness after activation, depending on the situation.
My chi burns mountains and boils seas.
Ha, indeed worthy of being Tao rhyme. Even without it, it still helped me with one last great favor.
This burning mountains and boiling seas is recorded in the manual and is considered a good spiritual root of upper middle rank. If used skillfully, it can even turn the tide. Li Yu beamed with joy.
Perhaps because he had only thrown one punch, Li Yu felt about 40% of his strength was gone, but it wasn't a big deal. He thought that if he were to be in the burning mountains and boiling seas state for a long time, the consumption would probably be more than just physical strength, and afterwards, he would likely be severely weakened and need a good period of recovery. Li Yu only felt a slight soreness throughout his body, and he looked up to see the 3 suns in the sky had already risen slightly.
Is it already dawn?
I need to hurry back to the city lord's mansion.
Don't want to be late.
After saying that, he activated the light bone technique and walked towards the city. His speed was astonishing and his movements fluid. If one didn't look at his tattered and unrecognizable long robe, which had been messed up by his antics, anyone would exclaim, "What a good cultivator, a true immortal." Rushing all the way, Li Yu ignored the strange looks from others, and only after hurrying did he finally reach the city lord's mansion. My apologies, Senior Brotherly.
I was too eager to train last night and practice the entire night, so I'm late. Li Yu said with a look of shame, bowing his hands in apology to Li Xingxiu. Junior brother, where have you been? Why are you in such a state? Li Xingxiu asked, caught between laughter and tears.
The other miscellaneous disciples glanced at Li Yu, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and quietly averted their gaze. Only Lin Luxue covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. Oh, yesterday, as soon as I returned to the inn, I couldn't wait to examine the token you gave me, Senior Brother. As I was looking at it, I suddenly had an epiphany. I felt the inn was too small to practice, so I went outside the city. Who knew it was as if I wasn't myself anymore? It became more and more intense, and I started punching in a grove in the oasis. I gave a full-strength punch to a large tree, as if I had endless energy. But after punching, I felt so tired all over. Li Yu glared at Lin Luxue grumpily as he spoke. Li Yu understood that sometimes hiding one's talent wasn't a good thing. Revealing a little talent wouldn't do him any harm. Oh? Li Xingxiu's eyes flashed with surprise. He instantly appeared beside Li Yu, placing a hand lightly on Li Yu's shoulder. Li Yu felt a warm current spread from his shoulder, coursing through his entire body. In just one night, you've improved so much? It seems you've even comprehended a spiritual root. Li Xingxiu exclaimed with great joy. What spiritual root have you comprehended? It feels like it consumes physical strength to enhance physical abilities. Is it burning mountains and boiling seas or 9 deaths, 1 life? Could it be ever increasing? Li Xingxiu quickly listed several spiritual roots, and before he could finish, Li Yu replied. Senior brother, it's burning mountains and boiling seas. Excellent, excellent. Burning mountains and boiling seas is already a very practical spiritual root. Junior brother, you've also gained some insight into the startling swan fist? Come, perform a set for me to see. Li Xingxiu continued. Senior brother, aren't we in a hurry to return to the sect? Li Yu felt a bit embarrassed, as there were many people present. That's a small matter. Hurry up, junior brother, just perform it here. Yes, senior brother. Seeing Li Xingxiu insist, Li Yu could only agree. Taking a deep breath, his fists moved as nimbly as swallows, his footwork incomparably agile, yet imbued with a killing intent. Li Yu carefully recalled his state from last night, and in his final punch, a faint red chi burst forth, forming a flying bird.
Good lad!
Li Xingqiu shouted, extending a hand to catch Li Yu's most powerful punch. With a dull thud, the bluestone slab beneath Li Xingqiu's feet cracked, but his stance didn't shift an inch. He then burst into laughter. Junior brother, you truly surprise me. In just one night, your boxing skills have achieved minor success, and you even managed to manifest spiritual chi in that last strike.
This is wonderful, truly wonderful.
Li Xingqiu then murmured to himself.
Junior brother, there's nothing for it. Based on your performance, you are actually qualified to enter Inner Gate Cultivation.
However, the rule of our Flying Wild Goose Mountain is that one must start as an Outer Gate disciple, progressing step by step to solidify one's foundation.
Li Xingqiu shook his head again. By this time, Li Yu had also sobered up.
He had involuntarily entered the burning mountains and boiling seas state again. Being able to enter it twice consecutively left him sore all over, and weakly, he spoke to Li Xingqiu, who had taken his punch without a scratch. Senior brother, being able to enter the sect is already my good fortune.
Let's take things slowly.
Li Xingqiu, 8th senior brother of Flying Wild Goose Mountain's Inner Gate attributes, Constitution 236, Strength 170, Spirit 99. Spiritual root, shifting flowers and grafting wood transfers a portion of bearable damage, reducing overall damage. Junior brother, you should change into our Flying Wild Goose Mountain clothes first.
It would be too inappropriate for you to go back in those clothes, Li Xingqiu said with a chuckle, then had the elder hand Li Yu a set of dark green Outer Gate attire. Li Yu took the clothes, excused himself, and went inside the city lord's mansion to wash up and change into his new clothes. Now that's more like a person from our Flying Wild Goose Mountain, Li Xingqiu said, looking at Li Yu, who had changed clothes. Li Yu exuded a calm and composed demeanor, with a smile on his lips that didn't feel frivolous but rather approachable. Coupled with the well-tailored dark green Outer Gate uniform, he naturally possessed a heroic air. Though not as handsome as Panin, he carried an inherent bravery. Senior brother, don't tease me, Li Yu said with a shy laugh, touching his nose. Lin Luxue, beside him, also said sweetly, Senior brother Li looks even more heroic after changing his clothes. Haha, see? It's not just me saying it. Alright, are you all impatient? Let's go behind the city lord's mansion. I have a surprise for you. Hearing Li Xingqiu say this, everyone couldn't help but feel their curiosity piqued.
The group passed through the city lord's mansion and arrived at a massive training ground, roughly 7 or 8 football fields in size.
This wasn't the most shocking part.
What stunned everyone was the gigantic exotic beast parked in the training ground.
What? What is this? Li Yu asked in surprise.
Hee, this is the unique exotic beast of our Flying Wild Goose Mountain, the startled swan bird.
Isn't it huge? The back of the startled swan bird can seat 200 to 300 people. We'll ride it back in a bit.
Brother, the red giant bird, which is about 200 meters long and flapping its wings, looks so similar to the shotgoose bird, Li Yu hastily said again.
And the beast shadow boxing technique I just used, how does it feel so similar to the shotgoose bird? Everyone get on the shotgoose birds first, Li Xingxia turned and instructed the others. Although apprehensive, everyone used their movement techniques to get onto the shotgoose bird's back. Junior brother, junior sister, let's go up too.
I'll explain it to you properly, Li Xingxia said to Li Yu and Lin Luxue. After everyone was standing on the shotgoose bird's back, Li Xingxia said, you can stand or sit on the shotgoose bird's back. When the shotgoose bird takes off, there will be hurricanes in the high altitude, but the shotgoose bird will protect everyone with spiritual energy, so you don't need to be afraid. As long as you don't actively jump off, nothing will happen. After saying this, Li Xingxiu ignored the other miscellaneous disciples and said to Li Yu and Lin Luxue, let's go to the front of the shotgoose bird. I'll tell you about Fian Mountain and the shotgoose sect. Plus, the view is best from the front. The few of them stood a little behind the shotgoose bird's head, and indeed, the view was excellent. Li Xingxiu continued, the founding ancestor of our Fian Mountain had a rare beast with the bloodline of an ancient Honghu swan goose, rumored to be close to atavism. The ancestor created the shotgoose technique based on the appearance, form, and habits of the Honghu. It is said that the ancestor has already ascended. The shock goose birds beneath our feet possess a trace of the ancestors' rare beast bloodline. There are 6 such red shock goose birds within the sect. The bloodline of these shock goose birds has been severely diluted and they are only suitable for flying. There is also a divine beast guarding the sect, which is the sect master's spirit beast. It is pure white, extraordinarily divine, and possesses great power to summon wind and rain.
That's what you call magnificent.
Upon hearing this, Liu looked at the shock goose bird beneath his feet. Shock goose bird rare beast unique to Fian mountain body 340 strength 50 spirit 35 not much combat ability, suitable for long distance flight and has high speed senior brother, how long will we be flying?
Lin Luxue asked with a slightly trembling voice.
Junior sister, you'll have to get used to the feeling of being on the shock goose bird's back.
Other sects don't have the convenience we do, how majestic is that?
Li Xingxia laughed heartily, his tone full of pride. It was clear that Li Xingxia had a very strong sense of pride in his sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so happy to have received Li Yu and Lin Luxue, 2 disciples with outstanding talent.
Don't worry, junior sister, it's very safe. We'll reach Fian Mountain in half a day. The shock goose bird's speed is much faster than ordinary flying boats.
Understood, senior brother. Lin Luxue forced a smile, then actively opened her eyes wide and looked ahead. Liu could tell that although Lin Luxue had a bit of cunning, she truly had her own determination. In less than half a day, Liu saw towering peaks ahead, reaching into the clouds like pillars between heaven and earth, shrouded in mist, like a celestial realm. Ancient trees soared through the mountains, lush and verdant. Several gigantic birds, even larger than the startled phoenix-like birds below, hovered in the sky. They appeared to be the elders of the bird beneath them. Seeing Liu and their smaller startled phoenix-like bird return, they chirped and gathered around, seemingly concerned for it. The startled phoenix-like bird beneath Liu and his companions also let out excited cries in response.
Junior brothers and sisters, fear not.
These are all startled phoenix-like birds managed by the Beast Taming Pavilion. They are highly intelligent and won't harm us, their own people, Li Xingxiu explained.
Senior brother, is the Beast Taming Pavilion also a sect affiliated with our flying Fian Mountain?
Liu asked, puzzled.
Our entire flying Fian Mountain sect is divided into 3 pavilions.
The Sundry Affairs Pavilion is the largest, with the most members, and it includes things like cultivating spiritual fields, practicing talismans, forging spiritual weapons, refining elixirs, and so on. Your senior brother, myself, practices in the Sundry Affairs Pavilion, mainly focusing on talismans and elixirs, Li Xingxiu said.
And what are the other 2 pavilions responsible for? Liu couldn't help but ask curiously. One of them is the External Affairs Pavilion.
It's mainly responsible for managing various external and internal affairs, as well as distributing resources within the sect and handling all sorts of miscellaneous big and small matters.
For example, the Enforcement Hall is subordinate to the External Affairs Pavilion.
Junior brother, you must never fall into their hands. Those people are quite ruthless, Li Xingxiu grumbled, his expression looking somewhat unpleasant.
It seemed he definitely had an unpleasant experience with the Enforcement Hall. He then continued, the remaining pavilion is the Beast Taming Pavilion.
This pavilion manages the fewest matters, but it is truly the foundation of our sect's establishment.
The Beast Taming Pavilion is primarily responsible for warfare.
The pavilion members are all elites of our sect. It is because of them that we have the confidence to intimidate the surrounding petty factions.
Aren't we a top sect in the Great Abyss?
What dangers could there be?
Liu asked, bewildered.
From what he had seen of the cultivators entering the sect and the performance of flying Fian Mountain, it did indeed seem very powerful. Junior brother, that's because you were within the jurisdiction of our flying Fian Mountain. The things from the Stargazing Pavilion are just for show, and you pay for them, Li Xingxiu chuckled awkwardly, revealing a small secret. However, our flying Fian Mountain is indeed one of the most powerful sects, that much is undeniable.
But resources are limited, how can we get by without competing?
Li Xingxiu continued, Junior brother, if you have the ability to tame beasts, combined with your own talent, then entering the Beast Taming Pavilion in the future is almost a certainty, and the benefits are immense.
Senior brother, what exactly does beast taming ability refer to? Li Yu remembered his smelly skin and immediately asked.
Although everyone can tame beasts, as there are many spirit beasts, it still requires great talent for a spirit beast to be in perfect sync with one's mind. After all, you not only have to cultivate yourself but also have to make the spirit beast cultivate, which greatly increases the time spent.
Many spirit beasts are best raised from a young age.
Actually, I also have a shadow fox, but I can't control it as if it were an extension of my arm.
It can only fight by instinct, and honestly, it's not even as good as me focusing on improving my talisman abilities.
So, are all the people in the beast taming pavilion proficient in both cultivation and beast taming, senior brother? Of course they are, they're quite skilled, but I'm no less skilled than them when it comes to talismans. Although Li Xingqiu acknowledged the strength of the beast taming pavilion, he was also very confident in his own abilities.
Senior brother, to be honest, I feel like I also have some beast taming abilities. Li Yu thought for a moment and then suddenly said.
What did you say?
Do you also have a contracted spirit beast? Junior brother, it's not always better to contract a spirit beast as early as possible. Your divine soul might only be able to contract 2 or 3 spirit beasts. Contracting one so early like you did is too wasteful.
Li Xingqiu exclaimed loudly when he heard this.
He hadn't even considered that Li Yu could contract any good spirit beast.
Senior brother, it's not a spirit beast, it should be a high-grade exotic beast, Li Yu whispered.
What, a high-grade exotic beast?
Li Xingqiu had thought Li Yu had only contracted a spirit beast with some spiritual energy, but he was instantly shocked to hear it was a high-grade exotic beast.
Are you sure?
Never mind, everyone has their own fate. I won't ask you where it came from. Just come with me directly to the beast taming pavilion later. I'll have the elders appraise it for you and then check your beast taming abilities. After speaking, Li Xingqiu started muttering to himself again, something about being first on the merit list and how heaven favored Li Xingqiu. Li Yu didn't know if his bragging was appropriate, but since he was already entering the sect and had heard about the special nature of the beast taming pavilion, he decided to give it a try. Several giant startled birds glided down from high in the sky, revealing a city below that was several times larger than Scabbard City. Outside the city were thousands of acres of spiritual fields, golden and delightful to behold. The startled birds flew over the city, and Li Yu saw that it was fully equipped with everything: restaurants, shops, and he even saw an enormous stargazing pavilion establishment, 7 or 8 times larger than the one in Scabbard City. The people below were not alarmed to see the startled birds. Some looked up and made gestures of greeting, while others simply went about their own business. They must have seen such scenes many times before.
How about it? This is Startle City below our Flying Geese Mountain. Grand, isn't it?
Most of the mortals live here.
Li Xingqiu looked at Li Yu's unworldly expression, a hint of pride in his voice. It's truly immense, there must be millions of people here. More than that. The External Affairs Pavilion estimated a few years ago that over 10 million people live in Startle City.
After passing over the city below, the startled birds suddenly accelerated and flew rapidly towards the Flying Geese Mountain Sect gate. As soon as they approached the Flying Geese Mountain Sect's boundary, Li Yu felt as if every cell in his body had come alive, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy.
Senior brother, what's going on? Li Yu asked in surprise. No matter how good the outside world is, how can it compare to the sect?
Just this rich spiritual energy alone far surpasses anything outside. Li Xingqiu again put on that expression of first in the sect.
Is this a blessed land feudedontion? Li Yu asked in surprise. This. It doesn't quite count as a blessed land.
Besides, there are only 72 blessed lands and 36 grotto heavens in the entire world, and most of them haven't even appeared yet.
How could they be so easily found?
Li Xingqiu said awkwardly. Immediately, as if a little embarrassed, he added, our Flying Wild Goose Mountain is already considered a spiritual land. Our ancestor chose this place precisely because of its rich spiritual energy when he founded the sect here.
The spiritual energy of many major sects isn't even as dense as ours.
Yes, my father always reminisces about the spiritual energy of Flying Wild Goose Mountain when he's at home, Lin Lushua chimed in, having now adjusted to the situation.
A dull thud sounded as everyone dismounted from the Jinghong bird's back.
Li Xingxiu said to the outer sect elder, Old Shen, arrange for them to go to the outer sect and handle the subsequent handover. I'll take junior brother Li and junior sister Lin to the Foreign Affairs Pavilion. The elder surnamed Shen nodded repeatedly in agreement and led the group to report to the outer sect. We'll go to the Foreign Affairs Pavilion first to ask an elder where you two should go. Don't worry, your talents and spiritual roots are both excellent. Among this batch of recruited disciples, you are absolutely among the top. I don't believe any other senior brothers or sisters could find more promising young talents than you. With that, Li Xingxia led Liu and the other person towards the Foreign Affairs Pavilion. The Foreign Affairs Pavilion was not the majestic jade palace Liu had imagined. Instead, it consisted of dozens of three-story wooden buildings. Liu observed them closely. These wooden buildings were arranged in a staggered yet orderly fashion, as if following some rule, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Stop looking, it's a kind of formation. You're not ready to deal with that yet. Come with me, Li Xingxia chuckled softly and led Liu and the other person towards the main entrance. Senior brother Li is back. It seems you've recruited 2 good disciples this time. 2 disciples dressed in dark green at the entrance smiled and greeted Li Xingxiu. Ha, my flying wild goose mountain is destined for prosperity. Both of these are potential intersect talents. Is my master inside? Li Xingxiu responded with a beaming smile. He is. Elder Qi was just grumbling this morning that you should be back by now. Alright, no more talk. I'll go see master first. After speaking, Li Xingxia gestured for the 2 to follow him. My master, Qi Matian, is an elder of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion. Let him help you decide where it's best for you to go, Li Xingxiu explained. Isn't senior brother Li in the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion? Why is your master in the Foreign Affairs Pavilion again? Liu asked, puzzled. He knew Li Xingxiu brought them to see his master likely for his master's influence within the sect, given their decent talents. Sigh, the Foreign Affairs Pavilion is incredibly boring, always busy to death. The Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion focuses on researching its own specific tasks. Within our mountain gate, there's no fixed place. As long as you follow a master, you can do whatever you want later, as long as it doesn't violate sect rules. It mostly depends on your own preferences. Every place has its own advantages. Although the Foreign Affairs Pavilion is busy, there are still some benefits. You can consider them yourselves when the time comes. First, let my master meet you. He is responsible for the entire personnel deployment of Fian Mountain, rewards and punishments, and has great power. Not long after, they arrived at the 3rd wooden cabin. Li Xingxiu was not polite. He pushed open the wooden door, entered, and shouted, Master, I'm back. I'm dying of thirst. Do you have any immortal tea or spiritual fruits? I think you look like immortal tea and spiritual fruits. There's plain water in the pot, just make do with that, a grumpy voice replied. The voice was old and hoarse but full of vigor. In the center of the living room sat an old man with gray hair and beard and sharp eyes. Dressed in a dark red robe, he exuded an extraordinary aura. He seemed unfazed by Li Xingxiu's impoliteness, conversing with him as if he were family. He, junior brother, don't mind how I am with master. I was picked up by master, and he's both my master and my father. If I hadn't brought a jade pendant with the character Li written on it, I would have been called Qi Xingxiu. Why are you talking about this? Aren't you going to introduce these 2 young friends? Elder Qi frowned and said. Don't rush, master. These 2 are the excellent seedlings I recruited this time. Each of them has the potential of an inner disciple. Is that so? Not bad. Have you decided where you want to go? Elder Qi nodded upon hearing this. Master, I'm not finished. Junior sister Lin Luxua has spiritual roots of ice skin and jade bones, and her father was a former outer disciple, so she's practically one of us from Fian Mountain. In that case, I understand. Why not register her in the Heavenly Treasure Hall of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion? Elder Qi was also slightly surprised to hear this. Spiritual roots of ice skin and jade bones are excellent potential, and seeing her good looks, she would be a good match for sure.
Her father's promotion to city lord would only be a word from him. Thinking of this, Elder Chi couldn't help but nod again and say, the grandson will be named Chi Yenyang. What are you talking about, master? Li Xingxiu asked, confused. Ah.
Nothing, I was thinking about sect matters. Elder Chi quickly changed the subject.
Sure enough, like master, like son, Li Yu couldn't help but think to himself. I haven't finished yet. This junior brother Li Yu is even more remarkable.
Not only is his talent superior, but his aptitude and comprehension are also excellent. He practiced the startled swan fist for only one night and could already unleash a punch materialized by spiritual energy.
Moreover, he even comprehended the spiritual root of burning mountain and boiling seas during his practice.
Li Xingxia said with no small amount of pride.
What? To possess such talent, truly a fine seedling. And that's not all.
Junior brother Li also said he has a beast of unusual kind that can communicate with him telepathically, not a spirit beast, but an unusual beast. Junior brother, release your unusual beast and let my master see what it is.
Li Xingxia said quickly.
For a moment, Li Yu felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious monster, his heart skipping a beat.
The feeling came and went quickly. Quick, let the old man see your exotic beast. Elder Chi, surprisingly agitated, stood up and walked towards Li Yu. Woof woof.
As soon as Choupai's smelly skin came out, it circled Li Yu, then sniffed left and right, before settling down next to Li Yu. But its two glowing blue eyes kept staring at the several unknown spirit fruits on the table.
This is a wolf-like exotic beast?
I don't recognize it, Elder Chi said after just one glance at Choupi.
Elder Chi nodded and said, however, its aura is indeed that of an exotic beast, and its rank seems not low.
I'll have to ask those fellows in the beast taming pavilion for specifics, as I'm not very proficient in this area. Seeing this, Li Xingxia quickly said, Junior brother Li, you said your exotic beast can communicate telepathically with you, right?
Quickly show us.
No sooner had Li Xingxia finished speaking than Choupi darted out, snatched two spirit fruits from the table, returned to Li Yu's side, and nudged Li Yu's hand with its head, indicating one for each of them.
Li Yu immediately said, embarrassed, I didn't teach it this. This dog is slandering me. Put.
Lin Luxua beside them couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle.
Li Xingxia quickly covered his face, unable to control his expression. Even Elder Chi's mouth twitched slightly as he said, it truly seems like telepathy.
Sure, give the fruits to your junior brother and sister.
Have some manners. Got it, Li Xingxiu pouted. He only spoke this way to his family. Li Xingxiu also knew of Elder Chi's affection for him.
After speaking, he carried the plate with the spirit fruits and said to the two, these are jade spirit fruits cultivated on Flying Geese Mountain. They are very unique, try them.
Then he said to Choupi, you eat quickly too, you've already gotten drool on them.
Li Yu looked at the jade spirit fruit. It was entirely green and round, with a smooth skin, emitting a faint fruity fragrance.
He couldn't help but pick one up and bite into it.
With a crisp sound, the fragrance filled the air. The fruit was sweet and crunchy, with no core.
In just a few bites, Li Yu finished the fruit. Delicious.
As expected of the spirit fruits cultivated on Flying Geese Mountain.
Li Yu praised. It was only then that he realized Choupi had long finished both of its fruits and was now staring at the jade spirit fruit in Lin Luxua's hand.
Lin Luxua noticed Choupi staring at her and quickly put her jade spirit fruit into her mouth, eating it in small bites.
What are you looking at? You're so greedy. Li Yu quickly tapped Choupi's head with his hand, saying, quite embarrassed. How do you feel? Any sensations? Li Xingxiu asked at this moment.
I have an indescribable sense of fusion with the surrounding spiritual energy.
What's going on, senior brother? Excellent.
The jade spirit fruit is a spirit fruit specially cultivated by us on Flying Geese Mountain. Eating jade spirit fruit has the effect of purifying and making the spiritual energy within the Flying Geese Mountain area easier to absorb. This is a benefit for inner disciples, but we've eaten so much that it can no longer improve us. You too should eat more whenever you get the chance. It's beneficial for cultivation on Flying Geese Mountain.
Thank you, Elder Chi, Senior Brotherly, Liu, and the other bowed their hands in thanks.
It's getting late.
Liu, you won't be going to the Beast Taming Pavilion today. Just stay here, and tomorrow morning, sure, you can take Liu to the Beast Taming Pavilion first, then we'll discuss the Master-Apprentice matter.
Oh, and this time it's not just you two promising talents.
Elder Chi paused, then added with a complex expression, yesterday, your second senior sister found a beast speaker, and the other few also have excellent spiritual roots, though they still fall short compared to Liu.
This generation truly has many talents emerging. What?
The Beast Taming Pavilion has always been looking for compatible spiritual roots, and I heard beast speakers are quite suitable.
Li Xingqiu reluctantly added, that doesn't necessarily mean they're better than Junior Brotherly. I've personally witnessed his comprehension.
Heh, they are all promising talents of the sect.
You go arrange them first. Elder Chi finished speaking and took a sip of his tea.
Elder Chi, Master, we'll take our leave.
The three then exited.
Not far away, Li Xingqiu arranged for a female disciple to take Lin Luxue to the Heavenly Treasure Hall. Entering the Heavenly Treasure Hall as an outer disciple was already considered pulling strings. As its name suggests, the Heavenly Treasure Hall is the Sect's treasure vault, where countless elixirs, medicines, divine weapons, and artifacts are all uniformly managed. Anyone who earns merit and receives a reward also goes to the Heavenly Treasure Hall to collect it.
The intricacies involved are simply too many to count. Thank you, Senior Brotherly.
If there is ever anything you need in the future, I, your junior sister, will certainly give my all. Lin Luxue quickly expressed her gratitude, her face flushed with surprise.
She clearly understood the implications. How else would she get such a good assignment if it weren't for Li Xingqiu's master? What's there to thank? It's what fellow disciples should do, helping each other. Although he said this, if the two of them didn't truly have great potential, why would they receive such significant help from Li Xingqiu? The two bid farewell to Lin Luxue and walked to an exquisite courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large but was fully equipped, with some spiritual plants thriving in the corners, indicating it was regularly cared for. Junior brother, you can stay here for now. Don't mind that it's a bit small, it's still a place rich in spiritual energy. Hand me your outer disciple token.
Li Xingqiu channeled a surge of qi into the outer disciple token.
If anyone asks, just show them the token.
Then Li Xingqiu hesitated, Junior brother, don't worry about going to the Beast Taming Pavilion tomorrow.
Even a beast speaker might not be better than you.
And, when you return, you can also become my master's disciple.
This doesn't conflict with your visit to the Beast Taming Pavilion.
As you can see, my master has a very respected position within the sect. It won't be bad. Liu understood that Senior Brotherly wanted to win him over, but to be honest, although they had only known each other for 2 days, he felt that Senior Brotherly was a good person and genuinely helpful. He quickly said, as long as Elder Chi doesn't dislike me, I can become Elder Chi's disciple tomorrow.
Ha, that old man Chi will definitely take you as his disciple. If he doesn't, I won't agree. Then we'll be true fellow disciples. Li Xingxia laughed happily, then patted Liu's shoulder. Get some good rest. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the Beast Taming Pavilion.
With your aptitude, it'll surely be no problem.
Learning at the Beast Taming Pavilion will be a piece of cake.
When you come back, just acknowledge Elder Chi as your master.
By then, your senior brother will get you benefits. Don't just talk about the outer sect, even in the inner sect, few can compare to us.
Thank you, senior brother. I'll be counting on you to look after me from now on, Liu also said with a smile. We're family, no need for formalities.
I'm off. Don't tell me this thing is actually quite fun. Li Xingxia walked out the door, still stroking Choupi's head.
Choupi felt Li Xingxia's kindness and was about to lick Li Xingxia's hand with its tongue.
Li Xingxia quickly dodged, chuckling. Only Choupi and Liu were left in the room.
Liu sat on the chair and murmured, finally, I've officially embarked on the path of cultivation, and I have a powerful backer.
I must work hard, I truly want to see the higher scenery.
He closed his eyes and communed with the system in his mind.
Liu, Constitution 19, Strength 25, Spirit 33. Cultivation techniques, Qi devouring technique, intermediate and advanced chirefining method that doesn't require deliberate exertion. It naturally absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing. Light bone technique, integrated, a technique that, after integrating with the basic startling swan steps, significantly reduces the user's body weight and uses a special Qi manipulation method to allow the user to move and dodge faster, also providing a brief hovering effect. You cannot fly, but you can glide slightly. Startling swan fist basic, the fundamental fist technique of Fian Mountain, a prerequisite for learning subsequent advanced techniques.
Talent, erratic potential points, 6 UG. When can I exchange for the mysterious ghost blade? I'll start diligently accumulating potential points from today.
Just as he thought this, a familiar mechanical voice came. Congratulations, host, for successfully entering the sect and officially embarking on cultivation, achieving woohoo, soaring high. You have gained one choose 1 out of 3 opportunity.
Li Yu's eyes lit up.
Indeed, cheating was so much more convenient than hard work.
Having a system made him invincible. Give me a draw.
3 cards flipped over, emitting colorful light, finally settling on a white border for the first, a purple border for the second, and a purple border for the third. White, a small pile of spirit stones. A rogue cultivator who had just entered the cultivation world would be drooling. Purple, a broken yellow small square seal with blurry text at the bottom, only the character accurate was barely legible.
Purple, rare title. Good fortune follows me, as the name suggests. Equipping this title will bring good luck. Only one title can be equipped. Good fortune follows me? A title, and it's unique? Sounds high-end. System, choose the title. Li Yu eagerly equipped the title, though he didn't feel any immediate difference. Never mind.
I'll move the stone lock, tidy up, and go to bed.
There's still a lot to do tomorrow.
Li Yu slept soundly, having beautiful dreams of becoming an immortal, when he heard barking.
Junior brother, your sleep quality is too good.
Li Xingxia's voice boomed from outside the room.
Coming.
Senior brother, please don't be angry. I was so excited yesterday that I slept incredibly soundly, Li Yu quickly said with a compensatory smile.
Come in, I'll go wash my face.
You should really clean yourself up. First impressions are very important,
Li Xingxiu said without formality, sitting on a stool. He then stroked Choupi's fat, round head and said, "How did this thing grow?"
It's quite interesting. Senior brother, are we going now?
Li Yu asked Li Xingxiu, having finished tidying himself.
Better early than late.
Let's go now, junior brother. First, put Choupi into your exotic beast bag. It doesn't carry the aura of our Fian Mountain, and it might cause trouble along the way.
Okay, Choupi, come back for now. Immediately, the two headed towards the Beast Control Pavilion. After leaving the External Affairs Pavilion, they passed by magnificent buildings, enveloped in spiritual energy.
Many disciples, each like a dragon, proactively greeted Li Xingxiu, who patiently responded to each one.
Junior brother, this is the Beast Control Pavilion. How is it different from what you imagined?
Li Xingxiu asked teasingly.
Senior brother, is this the Beast Control Pavilion? Why is it so big, and it doesn't even look like a pavilion?
Before Li Yu was a vast bamboo forest, and next to the lush bamboo forest was an equally vast sandy area, like a desert. Behind the desert, Li Yu saw a gigantic, sparkling lake with a large mountain peak in its center. This was on Fian Mountain, yet it contained so many different landscapes, truly opening Li Yu's eyes. Li Xingxiu explained proudly, there's also a small snowfield behind the mountain.
These are unique sites to the Beast Control Pavilion. Our predecessors used great divine powers to transform the Beast Control Pavilion into a place suitable for various controlled beasts to survive.
They research and cultivate spirit beasts and exotic beasts of all habits.
The spiritual energy in each area is also unique. Every year, the maintenance of these spell formations costs our Fian Mountain astronomical figures.
Junior brother, you praise our Beast Control Pavilion so much, I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed, a gentle female voice drifted into Li Yu's ear.
Li Yu turned his head and saw a female cultivator in a yellow brocade robe, standing tall and graceful, not far away.
Although her appearance wasn't dazzling, she gave off a sweet, girl-next-door vibe, smiling as she looked at Li Yu and Li Xingqiu.
Li Xingqiu quickly said, Sister Huang, what are you talking about?
Every word I said is true. Just yesterday, I told Junior Brother that the Beast Control Pavilion is the pillar of our Fian Mountain, didn't I, Junior Brother? Responding to Senior Sister, Senior Brother Li did indeed tell me that yesterday, Li Yu said helplessly. Hee, I know Junior Brother Li's character, his integrity is top-notch, beyond question.
May I ask who this Junior Brother is?
Senior Sister Huang asked. Li Xingqiu immediately stated, Senior Sister Huang, this time you found a real treasure. This Junior Brother of mine and I share a family name, Li.
Both his talent and comprehension are superior. He has already achieved minor success shortly after beginning the Sect's cultivation method, and he even independently comprehended the spirit root burning heavens and boiling seas.
Furthermore, he has an advanced exotic beast companion. Li Xingqiu then paused and continued, my master also values him highly and intends to take him as a disciple. Such qualifications are arguably not inferior even to that beast speaker.
Is that so? That's wonderful. With so many talents emerging, our Fian Mountain is bound to prosper.
Senior Sister Huang smiled faintly and said softly, my name is Huang Yu, and I am the second senior sister of Fian Mountain's inner sect.
I'm currently assisting with the management of the Beast Taming Pavilion. With a talent like yours, Junior Brotherly, you will surely be highly valued upon entering the pavilion. Come with me, let's go find Master so he can see you.
Huang Yu said to Li Yu, then prepared to lead them into the Beast Taming Pavilion to find the pavilion master.
The trio walked in silence. As they neared the pavilion master's door, Li Xingqiu stammered, Senior Sister, is that beast whisperer currently in the pavilion master's room? Should we let Li Yu compete with her later? Oh, you. Don't underestimate the beast whisperer. Her talent even surprises me. A girl of 14 or 15, she's the one I brought back. I know her talents well.
Junior Brotherly might be very good, but there's still a gap between him and the Beast Whisperer. Huang Yu finished, glancing apologetically at Li Yu. Li Yu quickly returned a smile, saying, there are countless talented individuals in the world, and innumerable people surpass me in talent, temperament, and comprehension. I just need to keep moving forward. Senior Sister Huang, there's no need to be like this, I understand. Humph, what Beast Whisperer? Even if she's a good fit for the Beast Taming Pavilion, can her talent really surpass yours, Senior Sister? Li Xingqiu indignantly added, speaking of talent, who among us is lacking? Huang Yu chuckled lightly, alright, enough talk. Everyone has their own strengths. I've merely cultivated for a little longer. Senior Sister, you. Li Xingqiu was about to say more, but Huang Yu merely gave him a gentle look, and Li Xingqiu mumbled, falling silent. My master is the current pavilion master of the Beast Taming Pavilion, true person Jipping. Don't worry, master is very approachable. Huang Yu comforted Li Yu when she saw he was slightly nervous. Then, Huang Yu took a few steps and arrived at the entrance of an ancient courtyard. The murals on the door seemed to come alive, glancing at Huang Yu before the door creaked open. Master, I met Elder Chi's disciple on the way. He said he wanted to bring a promising young talent for you to see, someone who wishes to cultivate in our Beast Taming Pavilion. Oh? Old Chi's person? Come in, a resonant male voice came from beyond. Let's go. Master should be cultivating with the newly initiated junior sister in the backyard. Passing through the front hall of the courtyard, Li Yu and the other two walked directly to the backyard. They didn't use any special movement techniques, just walked a little faster than usual. It took them almost an hour to finally reach the mysterious pavilion master's backyard. Phew, Li Yu inexplicably let out a long breath. All along the way, he had felt as if something was silently watching him. If he hadn't been with his senior brother and senior sister Huang, he probably wouldn't have dared to move. I heard there are many powerful spiritual beasts and exotic beasts inside the pavilion master's residence. Be careful not to get eaten. Li Xingqiu said mischievously beside him. Don't talk nonsense. They are inherently kind, they are all good children. Huang Yu quickly explained,
glaring fiercely at Li Xingxiu.
"Come in, all of you, don't stay outside," Grandmaster Jipping said from inside. As Liu and the others entered the backyard, they saw a reclining tiger with a single horn on its head, lying beside an old man. The old man was unremarkable in appearance, with a kind smile and benevolent eyes, intently watching a 12 or 13-year-old girl practice. He nodded while stroking the tiger.
"Master, this is Liu, junior brother Li, whom Elder Qi introduced." Huan Yu then explained Liu's situation to Grandmaster Jipping one by one.
At this moment, facing the elder of the Royal Beast Pavilion, Li Xingxiu did not say much and maintained a respectful attitude, leaving no room for fault. It seemed this senior brother was not at all careless when it came to important matters.
Grandmaster Jipping looked at Liu with a strange expression, then after a long moment glanced at the little girl practicing silently in the corner, sighing, "Such talent is rare, enough to enter my Royal Beast Pavilion to learn. How about this, Huang Yu, you teach him more often." Then he said gently, "Young Li, release your exotic beast, this old man wants to see what it's like."
"Understood, Pavilion Master," Liu said, then released Choupi.
Choupi had just appeared but, uncharacteristically, didn't happily look around.
Instead, it immediately hid behind Liu, fearfully looking at its surroundings. Liu could clearly feel that it was afraid of the alien fierce tiger beside the Pavilion Master, not even daring to make eye contact, only pretending to look around.
"Oh? What kind of exotic beast is this? Not quite a wolf, not quite a dog."
As soon as Grandmaster Jipping finished speaking, Choupi strangely appeared in front of him. Perhaps it was too close to the exotic tiger. Choupi was so scared it trembled. Choupi mustered all its strength and barked twice, then a tiger's roar echoed, and Choupi fainted directly.
"Choupi!" Liu cried out in alarm.
"No harm, just a playful scuffle between animals.
This exotic beast of yours is quite interesting.
Bring it to me when it's fully grown. I need some of its adult blood for research."
Grandmaster Jipping's voice remained soft and gentle.
Then, with a gentle swipe of his finger, a cut appeared on Choupi's body, from which dark red blood flowed. Grandmaster Jipping took out a jade bottle, collected some, and with another swipe of his finger, the wound on Choupi's body disappeared.
Liu quickly stepped forward to let Choupi return to the exotic beast pouch.
Take this little brother to the front and give this puppy, it's called Choupi, right, some spirit food supplies, give it a lot. I took some of its essence blood for research. It might feel a bit uncomfortable for a while, but it's fine. Eating spirit food will actually promote growth.
You two may go." With that, Grandmaster Jipping was about to see them off.
At this moment, for some reason, Li Xingxiu softly mumbled, "This tiger is truly majestic." Huang Yu immediately said, "This exotic tiger is Master's exotic beast, accompanying Master for many years, possessing great divine powers. The azure-horned exotic tiger is well known on the exotic beast ranking." Huang Yu also heard Li Xingxiu's unspoken meaning, but as an apprentice, she could only choose to defend her master.
Liu also looked at the single-horned fierce tiger at this moment. The reclining tiger stared at Liu with eyes as big as teacups, then yawned and closed its eyes again.
Azure Horned Demon Tiger Physique, 576, Strength, 988, Spirit, 1366 Skills, Deterrence intimidates all weaker creatures. Unknown Senior Sister Huan Yu said it was a bicorn heterotiger, but to Liu's system, it was clearly a bicorn demon tiger.
He was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. True Master Jipping had already seen them out.
Liu turned to watch the little girl practice, ignoring what everyone else was saying.
Liu probably understood now that after an opponent made a move, the system could likely identify their skills.
For instance, that tiger used an intimidation skill to scare Choupi, so it would be displayed. If an attribute far exceeded his own, or if their strength hadn't been revealed yet, most would be unknown. The three walked out of True Master Jipping's residence. Senior Sister Huang Yu gave a bitter smile and said, "Don't blame Master. These years of researching exotic beasts have been like this. He probably wants Choupi's blood to research fusion with other exotic beasts, to see if it can improve their bloodline. Junior brother, I'll get some more spiritual food for Choupi later. They are all very good, don't worry, you won't suffer any loss."
Senior Sister, I understand.
Researches like this only seriousness brings results, Liu could only agree.
Huang Yu, either not understanding or simply having such a personality, said, "Yes, exactly. We are a family, and we must help each other. Master told me to teach you well. As long as you ask, I will tell you everything I know, and you can come to me if you need anything." With that, she gave Li Yu a token from the beast taming pavilion.
She added, "Last night, I just brought in a junior sister whose spiritual root is a beast speaker." Master immediately took her as a disciple, and a closed door one at that.
He probably won't have the mind to teach other disciples. Senior sister, I know.
I had originally agreed with Senior Brotherly to apprentice under Elder Chi, but Senior Brotherly said my talent was suited for the beast taming pavilion and told me to come here to learn. Junior brother, your talent is naturally excellent, even comparable to mine.
Let's go get some food for Choupi first.
Then I'll teach you a few unique skills from our beast taming pavilion.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything I know. If I don't know something, I'll just bother Master again.
Huang Yu spoke to Li Yu with a soft but firm voice.
Thank you, senior sister. It's nothing. The group arrived at the outer area of the beast taming pavilion. A small building, once entered, suddenly opened up.
Inside, more than 10 people were sorting a pile of spiritual food. These foods emitted immense spiritual energy, but Li Yu knew with a glance that these were not for human consumption.
This was because the spiritual foods were strangely shaped, but all convenient for exotic beasts to chew.
Senior Sister Huang, you're here. The people inside greeted Senior Sister Huang. After all, not only was she the second senior sister of the inner sect, but her own strength was considerable. Although Senior Sister Huang said she was assisting the pavilion master in managing the beast taming pavilion, the pavilion master didn't bother with many trivial matters. Senior Sister Huang was always busy with everything, so everyone naturally relied on her. Fortunately, Senior Sister Huang was easygoing and never did anything underhanded. Junior brothers, there's no need to be so formal.
Master sent me to get some spirit food for Junior Brotherly.
You all can continue with your work. Just tally what I take later. Thank you for your hard work, Huang Yu said softly. It's our duty, no trouble at all, everyone quickly replied.
Huang Yu smiled and introduced the items to Li Yu. This spirit bone food is best for canine-type exotic beasts to chew on. Not only can it sharpen their teeth, but with our beast taming pavilion's unique secret recipe, it can even strengthen their entire skeletal system.
I'll get you 500 caddies of beast bones, plus some koan jerky.
I guarantee your stinky skin will be as fierce as a wolf after eating it.
After saying this, she seemed to recall the appearance of stinky skin and chuckled softly.
Senior sister, what is koan jerky? Li Yu asked, puzzled. A koan beast is similar to a commoner's chicken. Koan represents the chicken in the Chinese zodiac.
Also, because of the koan heavenly stem and earthly branch, as a spirit beast, it can absorb more spiritual energy, so everyone calls spiritual chickens koan chickens, Huang Yu explained.
Oh, so that's it.
I thought it was something else, Li Yu suddenly realized, having imagined that a shelwi, a derogatory term often associated with fans of Kaishu koan, koan being part of his name, had also traveled here.
Junior brother, what are you talking about? Senior sister, can I also have some koan jerky?
My little fox likes this too, Li Xingxiu quickly chimed in from the side.
Alright, I'll give you a bag too.
Huang Yu was speechless at Li Xingxiu, this lively character. She then handed 2 small booklets to Li Yu and said, Junior brother, these 2 are the fundamental cultivation methods of the beast taming pavilion.
If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely come to you if I don't understand anything.
Once you're promoted to an inner sect disciple, if you want to come to the beast taming pavilion, senior sister will arrange a good position for you.
Thanks, senior sister. Let's go, let's go.
Li Xingxiu quickly pulled Li Yu away upon hearing this. Senior sister, we'll take our leave. Just as Li Yu finished greeting senior sister Huang, Li Xingxiu swiftly pulled him away.
If we don't leave now, you might end up toiling away there. Come back with me and become a disciple.
Old Chi is still waiting for you, Li Xingxiu said as he walked. After becoming a disciple, even though you'll be a disciple of the master, you still have to start from the outer sect, though it will be more convenient. Li Xingqiu paused. No matter who it is, everyone has to pass through the outer sect and the sect's minor competition to enter the inner sect. But for junior brother, this is a sure thing. After becoming my disciple, tomorrow you can report to the outer sect. There are actually benefits to being in the outer sect. You'll all cultivate the basics together. After all, no matter how high your talent, you have to start with the fundamentals. Let me think, I believe there's a small sect competition in 3 years. Although many people entered 2 years earlier, for you, junior brother, none of these will be obstacles to entering the inner sect. A competition every 5 years, I'm 2 years late, but that should be enough. Liu naturally had confidence, after all, he still had the system. The two chatted and laughed all the way back to the External Affairs Pavilion. Li Xingqiu was like a little loudspeaker for Fian Mountain, whether it was neighborhood gossip or someone's dirty secrets, it seemed there was nothing he didn't know. Listening to him, Liu didn't learn any useful cultivation knowledge, but his head was full of gossip. Liu bows to master. From today forward, this disciple will certainly be respectful and courteous to master, honoring master as supreme, taking senior brother as an example, basing himself on the Tao, and never forgetting his original intention. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Liu knelt on both knees before Qi Matian and said respectfully, then kowtowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Good, get up, you. This intention of yours is already far beyond your senior brothers. I only have you 2 disciples. In the future, you must respect and love each other. If you have any indecisive matters, talk more with your senior brother, he has many clever ideas. If you encounter any problems in the sect that you can't solve, just come to me, I still have some influence on Fian Mountain. Qi Matian laughed heartily. Then he handed Liu a storage bag. He continued, as for cultivation methods for protection, I'm indeed not very proficient, but cultivation emphasizes wealth, methods, companions, and land. I still have a little wealth here, take it. Li Xingqiu quickly said from the side, junior brother, hurry and take it. Why are you making master hold it? Thank you, master. Liu quickly took the storage bag with both hands. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go back with junior brother first. I still need to send him to the outer sect tomorrow morning. You're always so busy. Go, Qi Matian shook his head, speechless. The two returned to Liu's small courtyard. As soon as they entered the door, Li Xingqiu eagerly said, junior brother, quickly take out that storage bag and see what good things are inside. Old man, she must have been generous this time, you've struck it rich. Liu was also curious when he heard this and took out the storage bag. His consciousness entered the storage space and found that the space inside was very large, even larger than his exotic beast bag. The vast storage space only contained 3 items. Liu took out the 3 items. How about it? The storage bag old Qi gave you is not bad, right? Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you, I dare say it's definitely a high-grade storage bag. Yes, senior brother, it feels about twice as big as my exotic beast bag, Liu said in surprise. Humph, let's see what good things old man Qi gave you, Li Xingqiu said, then looked at the 3 items on the table, just like Liu. Well, I'll be. He actually gave you this thing. The old geezer is really something. Li Xingqiu said, looking at a bronze lamp with unconcealed jealousy, then grumbling, when I was little, I always wanted to play with it, but they never let me touch it. Senior brother, what is this object? Tell your junior brother about it. This is old Qi's cherished possession. He only gradually stopped using it in recent years. It's called the moon-catching lamp. Under moonlight, it absorbs a large amount of moonlight essence to enhance the surrounding spiritual energy, and it can also actively release a protective shield. When I was a child, I always saw old Qi holding this lamp every day. Perhaps a spirit will soon be born within it. Li Xingqiu then looked left and right mysteriously and whispered, I just heard, that this lamp was given to old Qi by someone from the Snow Moon Palace. Maybe it's that kind of relationship. He even winked after saying that. Liu thought helplessly that his senior brother's gossip habit had flared up again, but Liu was quite supportive and said, I didn't expect master to have such a history. Li Xingqiu immediately started to say more.
Liu quickly interjected, "Senior brother, what is this talisman for?" Hastily changing the subject, fearing he would talk all night. "This one."
Li Xingxia took it in his hand and examined it several times. "I learned my craft in the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion, and I've achieved a minor success in crafting talismans."
"If I'm not mistaken, this talisman should be related to displacement."
Li Xingxia frowned and pondered for a moment, then took out a talisman from his own storage bag and repeatedly compared them. "Compared to the displacement talisman I crafted, its spiritual resonance is more than 100 times stronger. And this talisman of mine is already my peak work. Even the head of the talisman hall personally praised it."
"Could this be the legendary Star Shift talisman?" "Senior brother, what kind of talisman is this?" Liu asked, puzzled.
"Old geezer, so biased." Li Xingxia was already cursing, and it took him a long time to speak again.
"This talisman should be the Star Shift talisman, but I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps even that old geezer himself doesn't necessarily know."
"This talisman is already an ancient one less every time it's used, not to mention whether it's effective or not is uncertain."
"Let's put it this way, my displacement talisman is considered top grade. If I fully infuse spiritual energy, it can instantly transfer me a distance of 100 or 200 kilometers.
Of course, there are certain side effects after use. General weakness and spiritual energy depletion are basic." Then Li Xingxia recalled, "Ever since I became interested in talisman crafting, I've also paid attention to some ancient talismans. The description of this talisman is extremely brief, but I remember it vividly. Where the heart desires, one can greatly go." After speaking, Li Xingxia first opened the last wooden box, about a foot long. Inside, neatly arranged, was a pile of spirit stones, all mid-grade. On top, there was a clearly different spirit stone, glowing faintly all over. Just one look suggested it was extraordinary.
"TCH, I thought there was some treasure. It's just a top-grade spirit stone. Who is that old man being so stingy for?"
Li Xingxia merely said this, seeing these spirit stones that would drive others mad. "Junior brother, don't just look at how many spirit stones there are. Our master isn't short of money. Feel free to use these spirit stones, but it's best not to take out the high-grade ones.
Keep them for yourself."
Li Xingxiu then took out a thick book and handed it to Liu. "Junior brother, I see that you only have a general understanding of many things in the cultivation world, and that won't do. I specifically found this book this morning for you to read more. I'm going to find old Shi first. If I don't squeeze some oil out of him, I won't let him rest."
"I'm leaving, junior brother. I'll personally take you to the outer sect tomorrow morning. Get some good rest." With that, he left in a huff.
Liu looked at the thick book in his hand.
Cultivation Encyclopedia Stargazer Pavilion Premium. Goodness, this business is really impressive.
Although Li Xingxiu had already introduced the two treasures given by his master, Liu still used the system to check them. The moon-holding lamp magic artifact has the effect of refining moonlight to enhance spiritual energy and possesses strong defensive capabilities depending on the user's spiritual energy.
It seems there's no artifact spirit, otherwise the system should have noted it.
The star displacement talisman damaged can be used, but requires the user to pay an extremely high price. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the farther the distance, but it won't teleport to a designated location.
Does that mean it's purely random? I have the system's tent space theoretically, I shouldn't need this, right?
Just then, Stinky Skin woke up in the beast pouch, whimpering softly.
Liu quickly released Stinky Skin from the beast pouch and found it was still listless. He quickly took out the Koan beast jerky and beast bones. Stinky Skin, smelling the aroma, endured its discomfort and began to eat with its head down. Liu affectionately stroked Stinky Skin's head, his brows furrowed. A bicorn demon tiger, an exotic beast? Pippi, eat some Koan beast jerky first, it'll help you recover.
You can go play in the yard later, I'll read this book first. Stinky Skin whined understandingly, then picked up a beast bone and went to the yard to gnaw on it by itself.
Liu opened the thick Cultivator's encyclopedia and read it carefully.
He really needed to catch up on all aspects of cultivation. That introductory book was just a few thin pages, seemingly for curious ordinary people. After a long while, the moonlight shone in through the window. At this moment, Liu felt the spiritual energy around him become cooler, and each breath he took felt like it contained half a level more than usual.
This is truly a good item. With this, the Sect's minor competition will be even less of a problem for me.
Mortal Grade Magic Artifact, Spirit Artifact, Divine Artifact. Mortal Grade refers to entry-level magic treasures. Magic artifacts are magic treasures with powerful magic power.
Can something only be called a spirit artifact if it has an artifact spirit?
It's also divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low, which is simple and easy to understand. As for divine artifacts, it seems no one on the entire Flying Wild Goose Mountain has ever heard of one.
The classification of cultivation methods is even simpler: high, medium, and low grades.
Above that are peerless grades. I've heard that the highest divine grade cultivation methods are only circulated among the very top echelons. Every rare grade cultivation technique causes a bloodbath in the cultivation world, but the highest grade divine techniques have never been rumored to be passed down externally. So, I still have 2 secret manuals that senior sister Huang gave me.
Let's quickly see what they are. Beast Taming Art, 100 Beast Body Strengthening Method. These are 2 mid-grade cultivation techniques.
Beast Taming Art Mid-grade allows oneself and one's contracted beast to communicate and grow together.
Greatly enhances exotic beasts, spirit beasts, and enables exotic beasts, spirit beasts to cultivate.
100 Beast Body Strengthening Method Mid-grade, a unique secret manual of the Beast Taming Pavilion.
Cultivates oneself by imitating 100 beasts.
Although there are 100 types, ordinary cultivators only need to practice the few that suit them. It seems Stinky Hide can not only grow by devouring spiritual energy itself, but also cultivate with this beast taming art.
Going to the Beast Taming Pavilion to learn seems to have been the right choice.
Beasts in the cultivation world are divided into the most common wild beasts, spirit beasts with spirituality, extraordinarily mysterious exotic beasts, and the most unpredictable demonic beasts. Stinky Hide has huge potential for growth and won't lose to that tiger. After all, I have the system. After speaking, he called in Stinky Hide, who had already recovered.
Not bad, I feel like its fur is shining.
The Koan Beast Gall and Beast Bone are truly good things.
Seeing Stinky Hide's good recovery, Liu also nodded with satisfaction. Stinky Hide, come closer to me.
I'll help you comprehend this beast taming art. We need to connect our chi. After that, one person and one dog slowly calmed their minds. The surrounding clear spiritual energy became increasingly rich, making the small courtyard seem like an immortal realm, like a moon palace. Liu felt the surrounding clear spiritual energy slowly disperse, turning back into the dense spiritual energy unique to Fian Mountain.
Is it morning already? I didn't sleep, but I'm not tired at all. Does cultivation replace sleep?
Liu, Constitution 30, Strength 27, Spirit 33.6 Cultivation Methods, Chi Absorption Method, Lightbone Method, Startling Swan Fist, Beast Taming Art, 100 Beast Body Strengthening Method. Not yet initiated talents, erratic title, good fortune is with me. Liu nodded slightly. All his attributes had improved significantly.
He then looked at Stinky Hide.
Stinky Hide growing Constitution 22, Strength 31, Spirit 19 Skills, Howl, Claw Attack, Beast Taming Art initiated, mid-grade cultivation technique. You've grown so much, that's excellent.
I'll wash up.
We'll head to the outer sect when senior brother comes for us soon.
Stinky Hide responded with a series of barks. The good times are yet to come. Just as he was speaking, Li Xingxiu's cheerful voice came from outside the door. Junior brother, are you up? I've come for you. Senior brother, come right in. I just finished washing up.
You're full of vigor, junior brother.
How is Stinky Hide? All recovered, right? Look at that big back, so strong, it's fine.
Li Xingxiu said, patting Stinky Hide's back.
Stinky Hide knew this was its master's senior brother, and whimpered happily. Why are you so happy, senior brother? Are we going to the outer sect now? I'm a bit impatient. Hee, I just extorted some stuff from Old Man Chi. Come on, let's go to the outer sect now. With that, he and Liu walked towards the mountainside.
The entire outer sect spans a vast area, from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope.
Liu went directly to the inner sect with Li Xingxiu, so he hadn't felt it yet.
But once they arrived at the outer sect's territory, Liu noticed a significant difference in spiritual energy compared to the inner sect, roughly half of what the inner sect had. Although it was already an immortal land compared to the outside world, there was still a huge gap when compared to the inner sect.
Li Xingxiu also noticed Li Yu's expression, "Junior brother, endure for 3 years. Everyone has to go through this."
However, Li Xingxiu glanced around stealthily, as if afraid of being caught, even though no one was around.
"Those spirit stones Master gave you, use them when you need to. If they're gone, we'll figure something out."
After saying this, he even winked.
Li Yu suspected that figuring something out meant going back to cry poverty. "I understand, senior brother."
The outer sect buildings were not dilapidated or backward, on the contrary, they were fully equipped with everything imaginable, with numerous buildings standing tall.
Li Xingxiu led Li Yu into a courtyard. Above the main gate hung the large characters Fian Mountain Outer Sect.
Upon entering the courtyard, in one corner stood a tall ancient tree with a thick trunk and lush, sprawling branches. Beneath the tree was a clear pond with several spiritual fish frolicking in the water.
In the courtyard, several houses, a dozen disciples bustled back and forth, busy from early morning. Li Xingxiu grabbed an outer sect disciple and asked, "Where is Wang Muba?"
The disciple quickly replied, reporting to the senior brother, "Senior brother Wang is currently on his routine outer sect patrol. Go find him and tell him Li Xingxiu is waiting for him here." After saying this, Li Xingxiu pulled Li Yu to sit in the pavilion in the courtyard and immediately took the fish food nearby to feed the fish in the pond.
"You are senior brother Li from the inner sect. I'll go find senior brother Wang, no, senior brother Wang Muba, right away." The disciple quickly went to find Wang Muba after hearing Li Xingxiu.
That Wang Muba is the head disciple of the outer sect, so the outer sect people called him senior brother. He's not our Fian Mountain's head disciple, Li Xingxiu explained.
However, Wang Muba is no ordinary person.
He is accompanied by an innate artifact spirit treasure.
He will definitely participate in this sect's minor competition.
Having accumulated experience in the outer sect for many years, he has gained considerable benefits as the head disciple of the outer sect.
Li Xingxiu said to Li Yu.
"But you don't need to worry, he's good at dealing with people and won't be an obstacle to you, junior brother." As Li Xingxiu was chatting with Li Yu, apologies, I was just checking on the junior brother's morning class. I hope I haven't delayed senior brother Li's business. A low, deep male voice came from a distance and arrived before Li Yu and Li Xingxiu in a few breaths. Li Yu looked at the source of the voice, a round-faced, burly man with a crew cut, wearing white clothes, not particularly striking, covered in sweat as if he had rushed back in a hurry.
"It's nothing urgent, junior brother Wang.
This is a new disciple my master has taken, junior brother Li Yu.
He is exceptionally talented and is here in the outer sect just for some experience.
I'm entrusting him to your care for these 3 years.
No problem, right?"
Li Xingxiu said softly.
Wang Muba, hearing this, immediately understood what Li Xingxiu meant and quickly declared his stance. "Senior brother Li, rest assured, as long as I, Wang Muba, am in the outer sect for 1 day, I guarantee that junior brother Li will have no worries."
He finished, wiping the sweat from his forehead and patting his chest as an assurance. Li Xingxiu nodded and continued.
"Junior brother, if you have nothing to do, go back to the inner sect to see master.
I'm not always by his side, so old she might be bored."
"Senior brother, I understand."
"All right, junior brother Wang, I'm entrusting my junior brother to you. During the sect's small competition in a few years, please look after him."
"I'm leaving." With that, Li Xingxiu patted Wang Muba's shoulder and disappeared in a flash.
"Senior brother Li's movement technique leaves no trace, it's truly amazing," Wang Muba said with envy.
"Indeed, senior brother's cultivation is unfathomable." Li Yu echoed. In reality, this was not Li Xingxiu's movement technique at all.
During their casual chats, Li Xingxiu couldn't help but tell Li Yu his secret. He had developed a small displacement talisman, effective within a range of about 3 li and capable of small-scale designated movement. However, each one cost about 40 to 50 spirit stones to create, making it utterly useless, but Li Xingxiu, with his deep pockets, always liked to show it off. He had used 3 or 4 just to demonstrate to Liu, and even gave Liu a stack, a good 30-odd talismans. Junior brother, now that you're in the outer sect, though the spiritual energy can't compare to the inner sect, I'll arrange a courtyard next to mine for you later. You won't have to do any of the usual chores, just focus on your cultivation.
Wang Yuba said to Liu with a smile. Senior brother Wang, you absolutely must not do that.
I might only be in the outer sect for 3 years of experience.
These 3 years are not special if others can persevere, why can't I?
Besides, if cultivation is always smooth sailing, I fear it might be detrimental to my future growth.
Liu quickly said.
Wang Yuba, however, scoffed, hardship is just an embellishment by those people.
Who doesn't want smooth sailing?
Hardship is hardship, not experience.
But if you want to try it, go ahead, you can always find me anytime. With that, he led Liu to the outer sect. Does junior brother need an outer sect handyman to run errands for you normally? I can arrange it.
Liu thought of Wang Tong, who had come to find him late in Sword Sheath City, and said, Senior brother, there's a fellow townsman who came with me, Wang Tong.
He's quite clever and is one of this year's new outer sect handymen. I'd like to find him. No problem, a trivial matter.
Wang Yuba took Liu to the outer sect's martial arts training ground, then introduced Liu's situation to an outer sect steward, informing him that Liu did not need to live with the other disciples in the outer sect and would return to the small courtyard in the outer sect center at night. As for the usual outer sect chores, he could do them if he wanted, and if not, there was no need to say more. The steward nodded repeatedly in agreement. Afterwards, Wang Yuba made an excuse about urgent matters and prepared to leave, reminding Liu on his way out that if anything happened in the outer sect, he should definitely find him and not trouble senior brother Li.
Liu nodded in affirmation.
Junior brother Li, you are truly a talent at first glance.
My surname is Zhou, and I am one of the stewards outside. The outer disciples are currently having morning lessons. Would you like to go and see?
Steward Zhou, you are too kind. I came to the outer sect to learn and cultivate just like everyone else.
Please take me to the morning lessons, I happen to need this kind of knowledge.
With that, Steward Zhou chatted and laughed with Liu all the way, explaining the layout of the outer sect, the 5 stewards, 1 elder, and the daily cultivation and monthly assessment tasks. The daily morning lessons involve cultivating one's chi refining method or the Flying Fian Mountain outer sect technique, followed by physical training. Few cultivators focus solely on chi refining without emphasizing physical strength, for the body is the boat and chi is the sea. If your body is merely a small raft, you naturally cannot compare to someone else's 8-layered ebony ship. The afternoon is free time, during which disciples can earn contribution points by helping harvest spirit wheat or completing various tasks for the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion. These points can be exchanged for a large amount of resources at Flying Fian Mountain, and the place to exchange resources is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, where Lin Lushua went. Steward Zhou led Liu to a large training ground, where about 300 to 400 people, all newly recruited outer disciples, were gathered. A burly man in a blue robe with a dark complexion was speaking. Tempering the body, sharpening the will, and mastering techniques are the fundamentals of body refinement. Coupled with chi cultivation formulas, one can achieve internal and external harmony. When they reach your limit, that is when you break through your current realm. Liu couldn't help but sit nearby and listen. Seeing Liu engrossed in listening, Steward Zhou nodded to the big man in the field and left. The big man explained his understanding of cultivation for 2 hours. Liu had never systematically heard these things before and felt immensely rewarded. Suddenly, the big man said, "Next, I will demonstrate our Flying Fian Mountain's unique skill, the Startled Swan Fist. Don't underestimate this Startled Swan Fist. If you practice it well, there will naturally be more profound follow-up fist techniques in the inner sect." He then paused and continued, "Although not everyone here will have the chance to enter the inner sect, if you practice this Startled Swan Fist to perfection, even if you go down the mountain later to be one of our external affairs envoys or stewards, a lifetime of glory and wealth would not be a bad thing." Following this, the big man performed the Startled Swan Fist in the field. He moved up and down, as if a swallow flying in the clouds. His robust physique was exceptionally agile. As he fought, his 2 fists transformed into the forms of a swan beast. The surrounding spiritual energy was stirred, and the crowd spread out to give him more space.
Li Yu's eyes were fixed, watching the burly man's fist techniques.
He felt his own startling swan fist had improved. It wasn't just him. Among the 300 or 400 people in the arena, at least a dozen had gained insights, and some even started practicing on the spot.
Although none of them produced beast forms, their movements were surprisingly accurate.
Just then, the burly man's demonstration concluded, his last punch shooting towards the sky, and a massive swan burst forth from his fists, the powerful spiritual energy forcing everyone back another 7 or 8 steps.
Li Yu didn't even have time to marvel. A cold, mechanical prompt sounded, title good fortune triggered. Observed outer sect instructors perfected startling swan fist. Self-improved startling swan fist proficiency intermediate.
Yet, Li Yu seemed not to hear the prompt, and started practicing the fist techniques himself.
Unlike the startling swan fist demonstrated by the instructor, Li Yu's fists moved much faster.
But speed doesn't necessarily mean strength. Out of more than a dozen punches, only one produced a beast form spiritual energy manifestation. Still, this was astonishing. All the outer sect disciples in the arena stopped their deductions and watched Li Yu practice. Even the instructor pushed through the crowd to observe Li Yu up close. In his final punches, Li Yu seemed to have a sudden inspiration, and 3 consecutive punches all manifested beast form spiritual energy. The very last punch clearly showed a swan-shaped beast form on his fist.
Who? Li Yu gasped for breath, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Good lad, what's your name? The instructor boomed. To the instructor, this disciple is Li Yu, just arrived in the outer sect for cultivation today.
Good. In the future, if you have any questions, you can come to this martial arts hall to find me. My humble self, Wu and I, serves as the head instructor in the outer sect. Without waiting for Li Yu to say more, he then addressed the crowd. Come back to the martial arts hall next week at this time to find me. He then left with a few blinks, not waiting for anyone to return the courtesy.
Just then, someone next to Li Yu said, I heard this instructor Wu has always had a maverick personality.
Hello, senior brother.
This junior, and Xingxiu, is also a newly admitted outer sect disciple this time.
My elder brother, and Lin, cultivates in the inner sect beast control pavilion.
Li Yu glanced over and saw a slightly chubby young cultivator looking at him with a fawning expression.
He quickly returned the bow.
I dare not be called senior brother.
My name is Li Yu, and I've just entered the outer sect.
Hey, senior brotherly, though you've just entered the outer sect, your cultivation is truly substantial.
Didn't you see how even the proud instructor Wu looked at you with admiration?
I heard from my brother that Instructor Wu was once a notable figure in the inner sect. I don't know why he came to the outer sect to be an instructor, but since he appreciates you so much, it's only a matter of time before senior brotherly enters the inner sect. Senior brother, please don't blame me for being worldly. We've both just entered the outer sect, and it's easier to get things done if we look out for each other, and Xingxiu said with a smile.
That's right.
Senior and junior brothers should help each other, Li Yu also said, looking at the Chubbian.
Senior brother, what do you think of this?
A few newly acquainted senior and junior brothers and I would like to gather together tonight, in my room.
We'll have some small dishes and wine.
Then Xingxiu whispered again, the 5 people I've invited all have some strength or background. They are good senior brothers who just arrived in the outer sect. Li Yu also said, then I'll trouble junior brother in tonight. And Xingxiu laughed heartily upon hearing this, exchanged some polite words, and then went to find others. Li Yu's eyes flashed as he thought, there's no harm in getting to know fellow disciples, but I'd better not say that I am Elder Chi's disciple for now.
It's best not to be too ostentatious before entering the inner sect.
Although he thought so, his recent breakthrough in fist techniques had already made him stand out. However, Li Yu quickly dismissed the thought. A background might not be necessary, but one couldn't afford to be without one. If there truly were any unsavory matters, he could very well resolve them with force. He then shook his head. I heard the outer sect's mess hall has good food.
I should go check it out. I'm a bit hungry.
The rectangular dining tables were bustling with noise. Li Yu felt a sense of temporal disorientation looking at the crowd. It was too similar to going to the cafeteria in college back then. In the Dinghao mess hall where Li Yu was, there were about 1,000 people eating lunch, and this was just Dinghao. There were still halls up to Xinhao, meaning there were at least tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. Finally, when it was Li Yu's turn, he looked at the dozen or so dishes and didn't know what any of them were. The auntie serving the food saw his dilemma and suggested he try a little of everything. Li Yu nodded in agreement. The auntie's hand was steady, not skimping on portions at all. In fact, his plate was overflowing. Li Yu, carrying his full plate, wanted to find a seat but found all the long tables completely occupied. Helpless, he had to walk outside. Suddenly, he saw a table with only one person silently eating. Li Yu didn't think much of it and sat down, ready to eat, but the surrounding clamor suddenly quieted down. Li Yu also looked around in confusion but didn't dwell on it, then buried his head in his food. This braised spiritual meat really seems to be fatty but not greasy, slightly sweet with a savory taste. I must eat more spiritual rice. As the surrounding noise became much quieter, Li Yu heard loud chewing sounds. If this sound were back on Blue Star, his elders would have already chastised him. It was simply too loud, like a wild boar eating, just short of snorting. Li Yu looked up in surprise at the person opposite him. He then realized that the astonishing eating sounds were coming from the person sitting across from him. The person wasn't tall and looked quite thin and weak but kept continuously shoveling food and dishes into their mouth. A second glance revealed a familiar face. "It's you?" Li Yu asked in a doubtful tone. Hearing Li Yu's voice, the person opposite also looked up. Their small face still had grains of rice clinging to it. The person ate like a small lion, with wild eyes and thick eyebrows, looking at Li Yu in confusion. A hoarse, childish voice came, "It's you." The person stammered, their words made unclear by a mouthful of spiritual rice. "Yes, it's me. My name is Li Yu, what's yours?" "My name is Lynx, it's Sister Huang who gave it to me." The girl, who had just swallowed a large mouthful of spiritual rice, said. So she was the Beast Tamer Pavilion Master's closed-door disciple, the Beast Speaker. Do you know me?" Li Yu asked. "Yes, I know. You came with Sister Huang to Master's place, and you have a big dog," Lynx stammered, then continued to eat heartily. Eat slowly, eat slowly. This isn't how a little girl should eat," Li Yu said, looking at Lynx who was still devouring her food. "If I don't eat fast, it'll be gone, it'll be snatched away," Lynx said, looking puzzled. "No, it won't. No one will snatch your food here. Eat slowly. If you don't believe me, I'll give you more," Li Yu said, speechless. "Really? You're Sister Huang's friend, you won't lie to me. To trust you." After saying that, Lynx slowed down her eating. Li Yu wondered, "I saw you cultivating that day, did you really see me too?" I saw you. I can see through the big tiger's eyes," Lynx said. "Is this the spiritual root of a beast speaker? How unique," Li Yu marveled. "Is it? I've had it since I was little." Lynx looked a little happy, as if being praised made her very pleased. Is it because they saw you devouring your food that they were scared and didn't dare to come and eat at the same table as you?" Li Yu teased. "Two don't know either. This morning, Master sent me here, and no one here talks to me. It's fine, I'm also scared of so many people." Li Yu probably understood why Lynx was eating so ravenously. He paused and said gently, "I heard you grew up in the barren Beast Mountains, that's amazing." Lynx, without any ulterior motives, said directly, "Yes, I was raised by Mama Lynx. Ever since Mama died a few years ago, I didn't have a cave, so I went down the mountain to find something to eat. They even threw stones at me." Then her small face brightened happily as she said, but I run fast, whoever gets into a fight, I eat their food." Then she murmured in a low voice, "Later, the kind old lady also died, it's boring, I just listened to people talk in the village all day." "And then you met Senior Sister Huang, right?" Sister Huang is good, she's pretty and she gave me clothes to wear, she calls me Lynx, I have a name, Lynx." After saying that, Lynx even stood up and yelled, startling the people around them. Li Yu could see that she was personally brought by the Beast Tamer Pavilion Master, and she was so unconventional, so it was natural that the people around didn't dare to approach her. "Lynx, do you know what you're doing this afternoon?"
How about we go earn some contribution points together? Liu felt Lynx was naive and couldn't help but want to cultivate with her. Sure, your sister Huang's fat friend, you're a good person.
It's friend, not fat friend.
Just call me Liu. Oh, friend Liu, I understand, friend. Alright, once you're done eating, take your tray to the designated spot, and then we'll go cultivate. Liu, where should we go to train? Lynx stared intently at Liu with her big eyes.
I've heard that training oneself, harvesting spirit rice, and chopping spirit wood are the two most basic things.
Which one do you want to do? Liu asked Lynx in return. Eat rice, I want to eat rice. Liu said, speechless, it's not eating rice, it's harvesting spirit rice. You can't eat it. Oh, then I'll go chop trees. Okay, we should go to the outer sect errands hall to get an axe first. Let's go. After Liu and Lynx left, the people around them began to whisper.
It looks like that kid knows that little girl with a considerable background.
Humph, it has nothing to do with us. Let's just finish eating and continue our afternoon cultivation.
The two received spirit axes distributed by the errands hall, and with a small map in hand, they headed towards their destination. The errands hall, as a branch of the inner sect miscellaneous affairs pavilion, had a variety of tasks, and Liu's eyes were dazzled. He didn't think too much about it, just looked at the trees first.
Lynx, can you run a little faster? Liu asked curiously. I can run, big cats can't catch me.
Good, try to keep up with me. Liu activated his movement technique, sprinting quickly, only to see Lynx's two small legs rapidly moving, closely following Liu step for step. Liu then fully activated the light bone technique, turning into a blur and rushing forward. Lynx, seeing that Liu was about to disappear, actually placed her hands on the ground and ran on all fours, like a female leopard, with graceful leopard-shaped spiritual energy manifesting in her movements. She became more than 5 times faster, easily catching up to Liu. Then she ran beside Liu and said, Liu, you run so fast. Liu could only give a wry smile when he saw her. The two arrived at the spirit wood forest one after another. After a slight adjustment, Liu's body exuded heat, ignited by the surrounding spiritual energy as if on fire, while Lynx lay on the ground, opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue, a stream of hot air rising from her mouth straight into the sky.
What are you doing? Don't stick out your tongue like a dog.
But it makes me cool, Lynx looked at Liu with wide eyes, puzzled. In short, don't stick out your tongue, just open your mouth.
Got it, carp. It's Liu. Got it, Liu. Liu didn't correct her anymore.
He took out his axe and looked at the back of the map, which had several diagrams illustrating a technique on how to conserve energy when chopping spirit wood.
A small head popped out beside Liu.
This way I can chop wood.
Lynx said she understood after just one glance. You understood just by looking at it? Lynx, you're that amazing?
It's very, very simple.
I'll chop it, you come and see, carp. After saying that, Lynx took the axe and chopped at the tree.
With just one swing, it went deep into the trunk, and Liu's eyes widened.
Is it really that exaggerated? No wonder Liu was surprised.
According to the technique described behind the map, one full swing of the axe to make a notch in the spirit tree would take about 7 or 8 powerful swings to penetrate the spirit wood. Yet, this little Lynx managed to achieve in one go what others needed 7 or 8 attempts for.
This isn't just about pure strength or spiritual energy, because the axe's 3 functions are sturdiness, and suppressing one's own spiritual energy, which is how it provides training.
And this spirit wood, commonly known as ironbark slippery wood, as its name suggests, not only has super high hardness but also feels like it has an oily film, making it slippery and hard to grip. When the axe strikes it, 3/10 of the 10 parts of force are dissipated.
Clang, clang, clang.
The sound of the axe swinging continuously.
The small Lynx wielded the big axe, hacking at the ironbark tree again and again.
After more than 30 consecutive swings, a tree over 30 meters tall crashed to the ground.
I'm so tired. No, I need to sleep. With that, the Lynx lay down on the ground and immediately fell asleep. Liu could only offer a wry smile. This kid, I don't know if they're too strong or too foolish.
The reason was that the third function of this spirit axe was that its weight would increase with each swing. According to the description behind the map, when swung 15 times, it would weigh 800 jin. The lynx swung it over 30 times, making Liu suspect it would weigh 3 to 4,000 jin, and it would suppress one's spiritual energy to the limit.
This spirit axe naturally wasn't for everyone. Liu only showed his token to the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion, which naturally granted him some privileges. Too bad I didn't trigger the title to learn the lynx's technique. I'll have to practice it myself first, Liu said, raising the axe. He recalled the technique he had just seen in his mind and chopped down hard. He felt a powerful, heavy swing, but as it hit the tree, the axe blade slipped slightly, and the axe handle, held by both hands, even slid a bit, almost causing him to lose his grip.
Hiss, it's that difficult?
Liu, not believing in evil, swung the axe again, but the effect was not much better than before. Clang, clang. 2 more swings.
Only was there no progress, but in the last attempt, he exerted too much force, almost losing his grip on the axe.
Brute force won't work. I need to think about how the lynx did it.
Liu recalled carefully, feeling that the lynx must have used a kind of subtle force, as if just before hitting the tree, the body, axe, and tree reached a balance. The body exerted force, the axe found a point, and the tree revealed a flaw. He took a deep breath, and with a clang, Liu's axe cut into a small notch.
Did it work? This is the feeling. Then Liu carefully sought the sensation of the axe cutting into the ironbark tree.
At first, he succeeded once out of 3 attempts, then gradually once out of 5 attempts, and finally once out of 10.
But the 10th time wasn't just a small notch, the axe embedded itself halfway into the spirit tree. As if invigorated, Liu swung the axe steadily, one after another. With a loud shout, on the 17th strike, the entire axe buried itself deep into the spirit tree. 17 strikes, that's definitely 1,500 jin. 30 strikes. Isn't that really 4,000 jin? That lynx is truly a monster. He then looked at the soundly sleeping lynx. Purr. Purr. Liu frowned, looking at the lynx cub curled up in a ball.
The lynx cub made purring sounds, blending in with nature. Liu felt as if he saw a large cat sleeping contentedly in the jungle, its thick tail wagging behind it. Listening closely, the purring sounded like a dull rumble of thunder, making one's heart heavy. A cold system prompt suddenly reminded him, "Host has triggered the title Good Fortune is with me." Observe the lynx cub sleeping carefully and comprehend the Crouching Tiger Thunderous Roar breathing method. Crouching Tiger Thunderous Roar method upper grade, a cultivation method self-realized by the lynx cub through observing a tiger sleeping self-healing. Feline rare beasts can self-heal by purring, as the purring frequency can aid bone growth, fracture healing, swelling reduction, muscle growth and repair, and tendon repair.
Liu was overjoyed and immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this truly a chosen one? Excellent! This method is so useful. As everyone knows, meat is truth." Meat? What meat? Hearing the word meat, the lynx cub rubbed its eyes and got up. Liu covered his head directly. "I mean, there'll definitely be meat in the cafeteria tonight." "Then let's go back quickly, before it's all taken." Hearing about food, for some reason, the lynx cub stopped stuttering. It seemed it just lived in the mountains and had too little interaction with people. "Let's split these spiritual wood logs, it's not dinner time yet. How about I let Chubby skin out and you two play for a while?" The lynx cub clapped its hands and said happily, "Good. I want the big chubby dog." "Chubby Skin, you play with lynx cub for a while," Liu said, releasing Chubby Skin and then going to chop trees. As soon as Chubby Skin saw lynx cub, it charged forward, howling, wanting to lick her. "Chubby dog, chubby dog." One person and one dog ran off wildly, disappearing in a flash. Liu then buried himself in chopping trees, axe falling after axe, completely lost in thought. Crack, 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 the sound of spiritual trees breaking echoed. Liu swung his 21st axe, then collapsed on the ground, relaxing completely, practicing the Crouching Tiger Thunderous Roar method. He didn't know how much time passed until he found the lynx cub and Chubby Skin curiously staring at him beside him. The lynx cub pressed Liyu's stomach with its small hand and said, "Gurgle gurgle skill? You can do it too?" Liyu was speechless. What gurgle gurgle skill? It's like how you were just lying there sleeping and gurgling. It feels really comfortable after waking up. You really are a fat friend, you have the same gurgle gurgle skill as lynx cub. Liyu didn't know how to explain, so he could only nod in agreement.
Oh, Chubby Skin said to come to his house to play, and he said there's delicious dog food.
What is dog food, Liyu? I want to eat dog food.
Liyu gave Chubby Skin an annoyed glare.
Chubby Skin's small eyes quickly darted away. Liyu pondered for a few seconds, then said, "Lynx cub, are we friends?" "We are fat people." "We are friends, not fat people. Let's pinky swear."
"I'll take you to my and Chubby Skin's house, but you can't tell anyone, not your master nor Sister Huang."
"This is our secret." "Can you do that?" "Mimi? Pinky swear?" "Yes, just like that."
Liyu then took the lynx girl's small hand and said, "Pinky swear, not for 100 years, but for 10,000 years, it won't change." Liyu quickly corrected himself. 100 years was too short for a cultivator. "Pinky swear, for 10,000 years, it won't change."
The lynx girl also laughed, revealing her two small canine teeth.
In just an instant, the spirit wood on the ground was collected into the storage bag, and Liyu, the lynx girl, and Choupi also entered the tent space.
"Wow, what is this?"
The lynx girl ran around frantically on all fours in the tent space, looking at this one moment and that one the next.
Choupi also followed her, barking excitedly, just like two huskies. "Is this delicious?"
The lynx girl squatted in front of the dog food, cautiously asking Choupi, who quickly nodded.
"Ah."
The lynx girl immediately opened her mouth to take a big bite of dog food, but Liyu flashed behind her and grabbed her by the back of her neck, like picking up a small cat.
"You can't eat that. There's spirit meat in the fridge, eat that instead." "Why?"
"This dog food smells so good, slurp."
After saying that, the lynx girl even swallowed. "Anyway, don't eat it." "And Choupi isn't hungry, are you?"
"But Pippi said there's always dog food coming out here." Liyu thought to himself, this is tough, they can communicate without any barriers.
"Eat meat, eat meat,"
Liyu said, then opened the fridge and used modern methods to make a large plate of roasted meat. The sizzling aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the lynx girl obediently waited nearby. A cold notification sounded in Liyu's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting a friend to their secret base and earning the achievement "A Friend Has Come." You have received one chance to choose from 3 options.
3 cards flipped over and emitted multicolored light, one with a white border, one with a blue border, and one with an orange border.
White, a small pile of spirit stones. A rogue cultivator who had just entered the cultivation world would already be drooling.
Blue, the stars of the heavens escort you. Observe the stars to tell fortunes not accurate, but will make people deeply convinced.
Orange, a rare enhancement card. At this stage, it will upgrade your tent space. Only items of rare quality will be upgraded. The system chose the orange card. Upgrading the tent space seemed useful just by thinking about it. An orange card appeared in Liyu's hand.
I wonder what changes it will bring. Let's just use it.
In just an instant, the entire tent space became more than 5 times larger.
Liyu! Liyu! What happened? What happened?
The lynx girl, who was running wildly with Choupi, quickly stopped and asked in surprise.
It's nothing, you two can continue playing. Don't go outside for now.
There was a reason. Liyu discovered that at the edge of the entire tent space, there was a large wooden door. He curiously walked over, twisted the doorknob, and found a large cantilevered platform beneath his feet. Looking forward, there was a vast open space, about a mile wide, with a small lake next to it. In the distance, the horizon seemed to be blocked by a thin film, yet from the inside, it appeared transparent. Liyu could even see the 3 suns outside, nearing sunset.
System, has it upgraded? And what are the detailed functions, please explain.
Tent space upgrade. Miniature world. Within the miniature world, one can cultivate spiritual energy, and the environment is the same as the outside world. Added spirit soil and spirit pond functions.
plants grow freely without needing tending. Increased internal space, greatly improved perception of the surroundings, containing its own heaven and earth, allowing for comprehension of the cosmos. The host's mastery of a miniature world significantly boosts various comprehensions. Excellent, my inherent comprehension should be average, but now with the good luck title and the miniature world, the path of cultivation can be said to be unobstructed. Added various foods and drinks, but spiritual energy items will no longer appear, replaced by spirit fruit trees, which will be automatically planted in the spirit soil shortly. A sound of breaking earth was heard, and a half-meter tall sapling appeared in the spirit soil, looking rather lonely. This fruit tree that replaces spiritual energy, at least give me a surprise, otherwise I'll feel like I'm losing out. Liu looked at the sapling in the spirit soil. The entire tree was pitch black, but its leaves were white. Yin-Yang demonic tree, a mature Yin-Yang demonic tree bears only 2 fruits. The Yin fruit can reverse Yin and Yang, while the Yang fruit can enhance human physical limits. Both have some side effects. A Yin-Yang demonic tree bears fruit only once, and after the fruits mature, the demonic tree will enhance the surrounding spiritual energy. What a great item! It's like gaining an extra life and a huge boost, truly wonderful. Liu felt satisfied instantly. Carp, come here quickly, this poison tastes so good. Lynx's loud shout came from inside the house. Hearing poison, Liu quickly returned. He saw Lynx holding a bottle of red cola, chugging it down, exhaling as she drank. Carp, am I going to be poisoned to death? It keeps fizzing, but it tastes so good. Liu was speechless. Don't worry, it won't kill you, but your stomach will feel very bloated. He then opened a can himself and chugged it down. It was so refreshing, still cold from the fridge. Stinky Fur paced anxiously beside them. Lynx immediately tried to give Stinky Fur some Coca-Cola. No, there's caffeine in it, dogs can't drink that. Liu quickly stopped her. Then he opened the fridge, and sure enough, there was green soda inside. He opened it and gave it directly to Stinky Fur. Sprite is fine. Lynx saw the Sprite, grabbed a bottle herself, and poured it into her mouth along with the cola. Gulp, gulp, it tasted so good. Liu watched, dumbfounded. Even on the crazy blue star, no one drank like this. All the way until evening, Lynx's mouth was never idle. Chips, candy, even starch sausages, everything went into her mouth. These carp are so good, these delicious treats are even better than the cafeteria lunch. While these snacks are tasty, they lack spiritual energy. They're fine for an occasional craving, but don't get carried away. Ah, I understand. Can I come eat tomorrow then? Liu reluctantly replied, when you're tired from cultivating, you can come rest here. But this is our secret, you can't tell anyone, okay? I know, Mimi, I won't tell anyone. Liu, feeling helpless, simply said, it's already dark, let's go back. We need to turn in the mission, and we have early class tomorrow. Then, the two sprinted towards the outer Sect station. Oh no, Carp, my stomach hurts so bad. Lynx cub clutched her stomach, rolling on the ground. Liu quickly stopped, flashed to her side, and through her clothes, saw her belly. He was utterly speechless. Her round stomach was almost tearing her clothes, like a watermelon. Coupled with their high-speed running, it would be strange if her stomach didn't hurt. Don't move for now, I'll carry you. You drank too much soda. You're about to burst. It truly is poison. From now on, I'll only drink 10 bottles at a time, no, 20. The lynx cub's small arms wrapped around Liu's neck. Liu just quickened his pace towards the outer Sect. A gentle breeze brushed by, and Liu felt an itch on his face, discovering that the lynx cub was playing with his hair, using it to tickle him. Liu asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Hee, a mosquito. As they neared the outer Sect, the lynx cub wanted to get down. Looking at her stomach again, it had already gotten smaller. It seemed her digestion was incredibly strong. The lynx cub, not even reaching Liu's shoulder, looked tiny but was unexpectedly so strong, no wonder she was a beast tamer. Liu looked closely at the lynx cub. Lynx cub's attributes: body 130, strength 160, spirit unknown cultivation methods, crouching tiger thunder sound, tree chopping method, leopard stride method.
Spirit roots, natural rhythm, beast heart my heart. Li Yu was utterly stunned.
The lynx cub's spirit attribute appeared as question marks, and she had 2 spirit roots, not just one. Natural rhythm was a high-ranking spirit root, naturally possessing extraordinary perception of everything.
The second one was even stranger. Wasn't the lynx cub a beast tamer? Could this beast heart my heart be even more advanced than a beast tamer, a kind of upgrade? This type of spirit root wasn't mentioned in the books of the Stargazing Pavilion. Carp, why are you staring at me blankly? Nothing, just checking if you're still hurting. It doesn't hurt at all now, I'm just a little hungry. She patted her small tummy after saying that. What a straightforward stomach. Let's go turn in the mission, then check the cafeteria.
For the next week, Li Yu and the lynx cub partnered up, cultivating in the mornings and chopping spirit wood in the afternoons. They progressed rapidly, from 1 tree a day at first to 2 trees a day now.
Li Yu went to bed early today.
He had to attend the martial instructor's lecture tomorrow morning, a once-a-week opportunity he didn't want to waste. A knocking sound came from the door.
Who is it? Li Yu asked, confused.
Senior brotherly said he has something good for you, Wang Tong said softly from outside. The same afternoon he'd spoken with Wang Muba, Wang Tong had been transferred to work as a general chore boy for Li Yu.
Normally, when Li Yu went out, Wang Tong managed the small courtyard, so the gatekeeping duties naturally fell to him. I'm coming now. Li Yu quickly put on his clothes and went out. Senior brother, what could be so important that it brings you out this late at night? Li Yu said immediately upon seeing Li Xingxiu. Hee, it's good news, of course. Look what this is.
Li Xingxiu then pulled out a small porcelain bottle.
This, I don't know. TSK, Master is thinking of you. This is a muck-removing pill. Muck-removing pill. Li Yu quickly took it into his hand.
Li Yu knew how rare this pill was. Strictly speaking, it was only a low-grade pill because it was only effective for cultivators in the body-tempering realm. However, its refinement was extremely complicated, and the spiritual treasures and medicinal ingredients required were not much less than those for high-grade pills.
Naturally, not many were refined.
Master heard that the pill hall opened its furnace to refine this pill this time, and immediately went to ask for one, just right for you to use, Li Xingxiu quickly explained.
Thank you, Master and Senior Brother. Hee, this pill is perfect for me to take right now.
Sigh, those guys in the pill hall are very arrogant. I heard that one furnace of these pills only yields 3 or 4, and they might not even refine it for years. It's practically useless.
Alright, I'm heading back now, you should take it quickly.
Oh, right, remember to prepare hot water. You'll feel incredibly uncomfortable all over after taking it.
I'm leaving, no need to see me out.
Senior brother, walk slowly. Li Yu looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand and couldn't help but feel moved, thinking how much his senior brother truly considered him. The pill in his hand was jet black and emitted a faint fragrance. There were no mysterious pill patterns or anything of the sort, it was just a small black pellet.
Duan, Li Yu, are you there?
From the sound alone, he knew who it was.
Wang Tong quickly opened the door.
Lynx ignored Wang Tong and went straight to Li Yu's bedroom, pushing the door open and entering.
Li Yu, I brought you something delicious. Here.
Saying that, he pulled out a small black pellet from his bosom, without even a bottle. Li Yu looked at the small black pellet Lynx held in his hand, then at the one in his own hand.
Isn't this a muck-removing pill? Ah, you have one too? Lynx's mood instantly dropped.
Master said this black gooey stuff he had someone make is very good. He originally only gave me one, but I took another.
How come you have one too? This is a muck-removing pill.
1 pill per person is enough, Li Yu said, touched.
Okay, I've eaten all of mine. It was sweet. Was there any difference after you ate it? A lot of mud came off my body. I washed up and then came to find you. I feel much lighter.
It was then that Liu noticed Lynx's still damp hair. He said, "Let's go there," and with that, the two entered the small world. Liu said, "You eat some snacks first, I'll go to the bathroom to take the muck-removing pill." Upon taking the pill, Liu found that it didn't directly transform into spiritual energy within his body. Instead, he began to chew it like hawthorn candy. Once it had all entered his stomach, something slowly seemed to want to burst out from inside him, from inside to out. Threads of black liquid seeped from the pores all over his skin, and his entire body throbbed with pain. Just as Liu couldn't help but let out a loud cry, his whole body suddenly jolted. It was as if his soul had left his body, and he felt completely light. With just a slight breath, Liu felt as though the skin of his entire body was breathing. Liu quickly rinsed himself off, hurried out of the washroom, and walked towards the door. Only after reaching the outer gate did Liu take out the moon-bearing lamp and discover that it absorbed spiritual energy 30% faster than usual, and he himself seemed to be part of the spiritual energy. Liu during body tempering, body 99 strength 105 spirit 122 is the improvement that obvious? It truly is the dirt-removing pill. I feel completely reborn. Liu only cultivated for a short while before putting away the moon-bearing lamp. As soon as he returned to his room, he directly exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" He saw a dark, lumpy thing lying on the ground. However, Liu knew that nothing or no one else could enter this small world without his permission, which was why he was so surprised. Lynx grinned foolishly, "Hee, I saw there was another one of those pills, so I gave it to Stinky Fur to eat." "Ha!" Just then, Stinky Fur also whimpered. The two quickly took Stinky Fur to bathe, busying themselves for a long time. Stinky Fur, emerging from the black mud, was exceptionally majestic. Its eyes had transformed into a deep blue, and then its entire dog head buried itself in Lynx's arms, rubbing vigorously. "Ah, okay, Stinky Fur, I know, no need to thank me." Stinky Fur, body 70 strength 50 essence 66 skills, howl, claw strike, beast training art. Piercing wolf eyes easier to find enemy weaknesses and can see many things ordinary cultivators cannot. Not only were its attributes improved, but it also gained a new skill, and both howl and claw strike were enhanced. "Thank you, Lynx. Are we good friends?" Lynx didn't care and continued chasing Stinky Fur back and forth, playing. "It's too late. You should go back first. We have early morning lessons tomorrow, with a martial arts instructor, only once a week. But I'm not tired yet, and I haven't finished running 50 laps with Stinky Fur." Stinky Fur also howled beside them, as if agreeing. "Tomorrow, let's play tomorrow." All right, Lynx dejectedly followed Liu out. Seeing Lynx like this, Liu was helpless. He took out a pile of snacks from the small world to coax him, telling him to take them back and eat, but not too much. MHM, I love it," Lynx said with a mouth full as he walked. The moon-bearing lamp emitted a faint moonlight. Stinky Fur and Liu silently cultivated in the surroundings until the spiritual energy returned to normal. Only then did Liu open his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After breakfast, Liu arrived early at the training ground, only to find that a sparse number of people had already arrived, and those of similar skill were already sparring. "Senior brother Li, you said you'd come tonight, why did you stand us up?" A hearty male voice came from beside Liu. It was Qingshu complaining. "Oh, that day I went cultivating with junior sister Shi, and we came back too late, so it got delayed. My apologies. Liu quickly cupped his hands in apology. After all, he had promised, but he hadn't expected Lynx to be an unexpected factor. "Junior sister Shi?" And Qingshu asked, puzzled. Koi fish, why did you come so early?" "I went to your house and didn't see you." Lynx appeared beside Liu like a cat. "Ah, it's you." Evidently, Qingshu, who intended to make a name for himself in the outer sect, knew Lynx, the closed-door disciple of the beast Taming Pavilion master. Lynx merely glanced at him, then turned back to Liu, saying, "Let's go chop wood after we've eaten. It feels so good to huff and puff after chopping wood." "Lynx, this is senior brother-in, he's a good person." Oh, hello, senior brother-in," Lynx said distractedly. She didn't care about others, she just said hello subconsciously because Liu said he was good. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. And Xingshu quickly replied, then whispered to Liu, Senior brotherly, let's get together again when you have time.
You chat with junior sister Shi first, I have something over there. Just call me if you need anything.
With that, he pointed to a group of 6 people not far away clearly, those 6 were all looking at Liu and Xingshu.
Okay, you go ahead.
Lynx chattered beside Liu, who replied intermittently, thinking, it seems these are the people Xingshu wanted to introduce to him last time. Looking around the field, most were in groups of 3 to 5, and Liu even saw a group of 30 or 40 people. They gathered around a white-clad young man, and amidst the clamor, one could almost hear their flattery towards him. Liu had heard his name. He was one of the most talented among this batch of new disciples, born into a cultivation family, displaying his talent at a young age, and arriving at the outer sect, he spent lavishly and quickly amassed a group of followers within days. A fiery red afterimage suddenly landed in the field. A dark-faced man loudly announced, quiet. Today is practical combat training.
Everyone come to me to collect a spirit wood. It will naturally guide you to find an opponent.
Those who are knocked down should go back and train hard. Those who are still standing after 3 rounds can come to me with questions.
Begin.
Wu and I said in a deep voice, his powerful spiritual energy carrying his voice throughout the entire training ground.
The crowd approached Wu and I one by one, holding their wooden tokens.
There was no pushing or shoving.
Liu and Lynx also took their tokens.
As they passed Wu and I, he gave them a deep look but said nothing. Lynx was still flipping the piece of wood in her hand back and forth. At this moment, Wu and I added, among fellow disciples, injuries are permitted, but no killing or crippling.
Begin.
As soon as his voice fell, the wooden tokens in everyone's hands became slightly warm, and directions appeared on them.
Liu, I'm not fighting you, Lynx said, a little depressed. What, you want to fight me that badly? It's boring fighting anyone else. Go quickly, finish early. We can fight each other this afternoon.
Lynx and Liu had already sparred several times last week, and it can only be said that they were evenly matched, because Liu simply couldn't hit Lynx. That's right, it was like playing around. Lynx's speed was so fast that Liu couldn't even catch him. This had left Liu feeling frustrated for a long time. Senior brother, please guide me. The callow youth standing before Liu bowed slightly, looking around 15 or 16 years old. He assumed a standard starting stance for the astonishing swan fist. The last time, the youth had obviously seen Liu's boxing skills, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous, launching an attack first. Both fists shot out, his whole body propelled by his punches. The youth's offensive was swift as wind, his fist wind stirring the surrounding faint spiritual energy. Liu merely dodged quickly. The youth's final heavy punch aimed directly at Liu's chest. Liu subtly shifted his foot, grasped the youth's left fist with his right hand, held his arm with his left, and with a slight effort from his core, threw him out. The youth rolled 3 times on the ground, then immediately got up, clearly unharmed. Junior brother Lan Jixing, thank you senior brother for letting me finish a full set of punches. As soon as the youth got up, he bowed to Liu. It's good for fellow disciples to spar. Progress is what matters.
Junior brother Lan, you are too polite. Senior brother, may I learn by your side?
Of course. After another while, Liu's wooden token became slightly warm, and he saw someone walking towards him. Senior brother, please enlighten me, Liu said proactively, looking at the approaching person. He saw that the person was around 40 years old, walking with a majestic stride, stopping 5 paces in front of Liu.
Junior brother, you are too kind. Don't let my age fool you, I'm just a novice who just started cultivation.
My name is Fan Xiao, and before I entered cultivation, I had some rough proficiency in boxing and kicking.
Junior brother, let's begin.
Fan Xiao immediately assumed a defensive stance. Liu looked at Fan Xiao, feeling that he had no weaknesses around him. His spiritual energy was not evident, but he gave off a feeling that he could erupt at any moment. Indeed, anyone who could still begin cultivation at this age would not be easy to deal with. Liu took a deep breath and fully activated the light bone art, shooting forward.
Lan Jixing's eyes couldn't even keep up with Liu's speed as their first clash began.
Li Yu's fist met Fan Zhao's, and with a muffled thud, Fan Zhao retreated 3 steps, then turned and used his right foot to push off the ground, neutralizing the residual force. Although Li Yu remained perfectly still, he felt a slight pain in his fist and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a hard punch!" "Junior brother, I also have the nickname Iron Fist in the martial arts world.
I do have some skill with my palms." Li Yu looked at Fan Zhao's palm and noticed it was much larger than a normal person's.
Now, with most of his chi concentrated in his hand, his entire palm glowed faintly with spiritual energy, like a red-hot branding iron.
Again, Li Yu continued, sending out a punch. The two exchanged blows, Li Yu's punches powerful and heavy. Although they possessed the characteristics of the startling goose fist, fast and ethereal like wild geese, each punch that landed on Fan Zhao would send him staggering back several steps. But each time, Fan Zhao would use his movement technique to dissipate the force and simultaneously counterattack Li Yu. The thudding sounds of their strikes were incessant. Slowly, Li Yu's initial advantage turned into an even match. Fan Zhao not only used his fist techniques, but once the probing with Li Yu concluded, he frequently utilized leg techniques. His entire thigh, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, lashed out at Li Yu like a whip. Li Yu's stamina was undoubtedly higher than Fan Zhao's. He took a few whip kicks hidden, feeling only a slight tingling in his blocking arm, which was still bearable. However, Fan Zhao continually switched between punches and palms, repeatedly striking the same spot on Li Yu with spiritual energy, 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Li Yu was forced to retreat step by Fan Zhao. There were no obvious wounds on his body, but the blocking area on his left arm was already swollen and red, and he could even see many small blood vessels ruptured under his oiled skin. Li Yu only felt a throbbing pain in his arm his left hand was clearly unable to lift. With his remaining arm, Li Yu gathered all his spiritual energy, intending to rush at Fan Zhao again. After all, only his left arm was aching, and his overall condition wasn't bad. "No more, junior brother, I surrender." Fan Zhao simply sat down on the ground, leaving Li Yu momentarily speechless. "I can't take it, all my spiritual energy is gone. I only managed to swell up junior brother's arm. I have absolutely no strength left now," Fan Zhao said with a wry smile. "Senior brother, your cultivation method is truly impressive. If you had sufficient spiritual energy, junior brother would definitely be no match for you, hee, Li Yu quickly said. "It's merely mortal martial arts. Alas, ultimately cultivators with spiritual energy nourishment have greater power. If only I had joined earlier." Hearing this, Li Yu also quickly said, "Senior brother, when you have time, I'd like to ask you about some mortal martial arts. I feel they could be very helpful to me. I wonder if that's possible." Fan Zhao was puzzled but immediately replied, "Junior brother, in the mortal world, wouldn't any martial artist guard their martial arts fiercely? But we are both cultivators now. I'll teach you these things if you want to learn them. However, they probably aren't of much use. They might still be somewhat useful in the body tempering realm, but beyond that, which offensive technique isn't incredibly miraculous and extraordinarily powerful?" Li Yu was about to respond when a deep male voice spoke from nearby, "That's not entirely correct. Mortal martial arts have significant reference value. Many powerful techniques, you see, evolved from mortal martial arts." "Chief Instructor." Li Yu and Fan Zhao both quickly bowed. "Alright, Fan Zhao, you can also ask me questions later. If you hadn't met this boy Li Yu, you wouldn't have many opponents. I think highly of you. Technique is actually a very important aspect." Then he paused again and said, "When I entered the inner sect in the late stage of body tempering, I defeated a senior brother who was already in the mid-stage of marrow cleansing by relying on my techniques, and it was an easy victory." After saying that, he ignored the two of them and returned to the field to sit down. Li Yu's third match was surprisingly against Fadian. Fadian, upon seeing Li Yu, quickly smiled and conceded, said a few polite words, and then left, seemingly not taking the head instructor's guidance to heart. "Instructor Wu, besides extensive practice, is there any other way to improve my techniques?" Li Yu was posing his question to Wu and I. Wu and I nodded and said, "Your path is not wrong. If you want to improve your combat ability, you need to practice techniques more. Not only must your cultivation method be strong, but your on-the-spot reactions also need to be gained through a large amount of actual combat,
just like you're sparring with Thankyou. He is an experienced veteran in the mortal world, so he naturally knew your weaknesses after a few exchanges. If his spiritual energy was similar to yours, your defeat would only be a matter of time. He then continued, but if you were rich in combat experience, defeating him would only take a few breaths. Liu, take this book. Read it whenever you have time. It contains some techniques and combat insights I've summarized over the years. Building on this foundation, if you gain your own insights, you can naturally improve.
However, the most important thing is more real combat.
The book was very thin, obviously newly written and not some spiritual treasure, but it was Wu Ni's summarized insights, which could be said to be very valuable. Liu was a little unsure why he was being treated so specially and looked at Wu and I with confusion. Elder Qi has shown great kindness to me, Wu and I said, and then fell silent. Liu quickly took the book, cupped his fists in gratitude, and made way for the people behind him. There were still 20 or 30 people waiting behind Liu. Liu, what is this fish? Lynx Cub curiously looked at the book in Liu's hand.
Some insights Instructor Wu gave me. Let's go eat first. Once I learn them, I'll definitely give you a good beating.
Humph, you can't even hit me, Lynx Cub said, hopping and leading the way upon hearing about food. However, she didn't believe Liu could give her a good beating. Liu hadn't hit her more than a few times during their sparring sessions these days.
Liu ate while reading the book Wu and I gave him.
It began with, when engaging an enemy, strike to kill. Techniques emphasize killing using the most minimal and efficient methods, not flashy spiritual energy flying everywhere. Unless you have an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, the best approach is always to achieve the most with the least spiritual energy. The main idea throughout Wu Ni's book was this, with the remaining techniques being about how to use spiritual energy to inflict greater damage on the enemy. It even contained a line, if you have agreed to a decisive battle with someone at a certain place, you might as well bury 10 or more of the stargazing pavilion's wind and fire divine thunder at the dual location beforehand. If the opponent doesn't die, then go in for the kill. If they die, you naturally win. Practical, too practical. Many methods are actually known to many people, but cultivators all emphasize grand and sweeping moves. The bigger the commotion, the more it seems to represent how powerful they are.
Do they not know it consumes a lot of spiritual power?
They do, but bigger is just better. A cold prompt sound came. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the content of the Wu Ni book. Acquiring the talent frugality reduces spiritual energy consumption by 1/10 when using spiritual energy techniques. Acquired the talent first strike advantage. Your first strike deals double damage sneak attack, not adhering to martial ethics.
The carp rice fell out.
The lynx cub pointed at Liu's mouth.
It's fine, I'm rich, really rich. Liu didn't expect that just one book would give him 2 practical talents.
Oh, said the lynx cub, then continued eating. Eat quickly, after we eat, we'll go to the spirit tree forest and try again. Liu originally thought that reading Wu Ni's book would lead to great progress, but all afternoon he only touched the lynx cub once, and it was the very first touch. The lynx cub moved around Liu like a nimble monkey, occasionally hitting Liu's head with its small fists.
Although it didn't hurt, it was extremely insulting. Time to rest, Liu found a random excuse and went back.
That evening, he went alone to Fan Zhao's room. Fan Zhao was quite generous without a word. He taught Liu a set of leg techniques, fist techniques, and accompanying finger techniques. He even performed a set of sword techniques for Liu that were quite impressive in the martial world, but Liu couldn't learn them. He hadn't even learned the startling swan sword. Junior brotherly, actually, when fighting others, it's more appropriate to use a weapon. Practice some saber or sword techniques when you have time, and get a suitable magical artifact. That's the real deal.
Ha, senior brother Fan, didn't you have the nickname Iron Fist even in the mortal world? Sigh, it's different. Although I'm Iron Fist, didn't you see I also kept a hand of sword skills hidden? This is also about never being too fair in war. Frankly, encountering ordinary opponents doesn't really require weapons, but when I suddenly pull out a sword, it surprises the enemy even more, don't you think, huh? That makes some sense. Thank you very much, senior brother.
If there's anything I can help with, just say the word.
There is indeed something.
Don't blame your senior brother for being calculating, but I can probably tell that junior brotherly has some background.
I wonder if you are financially comfortable.
Senior brother saw some pills in the outer sect a few days ago that would be of great use to me, but after all, I've just entered the cultivation world, and the spirit stones I exchanged for my gold and silver are not abundant.
Fan Shao finished speaking and just quietly looked at Li Yu. Li Yu was stunned.
What senior brother Fan said was clearly unexpected, but he immediately said, "Senior brother Fan, how much do you need?"
5 mid-grade spirit stones. Does junior brother have them?
Don't worry, I will definitely return them to junior brother as soon as I am financially comfortable. Senior brother, there's no need.
I haven't even thanked you for teaching me everything.
Li Yu placed the 5 mid-grade spirit stones on the table and excused himself to leave. To be honest, Li Yu didn't dislike Fan Zhao's behavior. Instead, he felt that openly stating one's needs, without hiding anything, was the best approach.
Thank you, junior brother. I'll definitely return the money to you as soon as I have it.
No need, senior brother, please stay. After saying that, Li Yu smiled and walked towards the small courtyard. In the following days, he maintained a 3-point line routine, cultivating martial arts in the mornings, and in the afternoons, Li Yu and Lingxier would chop trees and spar. Upon returning from Fan Zhao's place, Li Yu used his potential points to learn the introductory level of the startling swan sword. He also exchanged a common grade treasure sword for a few spirit stones in the outer sect. A month later, Li Yu and Lingxier could fell 5 spirit trees daily, with plenty of energy left for sparring. Li Yu, now having comprehended some techniques during this period, could even land a hit on Lingxier 1 out of 10 times, which infuriated Lingxier, making her hit Li Yu's head even harder with her small fists. However, while she used to hit him with 100% accuracy, now half of her attacks were dodged by Li Yu turning his head.
Lingxier, stop hitting my head. You can hit my shoulders or abdomen more.
Li Yu wanted to use Lingxier to practice his movement and dodging abilities, but for some unknown reason, Li Yu's fluctuating talent wasn't triggered.
Was it because Lingxier held no ill will towards him?
No, hitting your head makes me feel better, Lingxier said coquettishly.
Be a good girl.
This way, it can train my various reactions.
You don't want me to be beaten until my guts spill out, do you? Lingxier pouted. Alright, then I'm going to speed up.
With that, Lingxier suddenly accelerated, becoming nearly twice as fast as before.
Li Yu couldn't react in time and took 3 or 4 punches.
Lingxier's small fists had brute strength. Each hit on Li Yu came with a dull thud, and the skin beneath his clothes must have been swollen.
Stop, stop, stop. Why so fast?
Li Yu exclaimed, looking at Lingxier. Lingxier 8 form significantly increased her reaction speed and movement. I want to train you so you don't get your guts spilled out. I learned this from an old monkey I saw. After saying that, she didn't listen to Li Yu and continued to unleash a barrage of punches on him. Who knows how long passed, but Li Yu felt his whole body had swelled by a size, and his face was bruised and swollen.
Lingxier nodded contentedly. Phew, so tired. I'm going back to snore.
Bye-bye, she said, then darted off, probably afraid Li Yu would scold her. Li Yu returned directly to his small world and looked at himself in the mirror. Great, I'll stay in the small world today. If I went back like this, people would see me and I'd have no way to explain it. In fact, the injuries weren't severe, just superficial. As long as Li Yu activated the crouching tiger thunder sound, the swelling would subside quickly.
Potential points, 560.
A while ago, I added some points to the startling swan sword, upgrading it to elementary. I'm only 40 potential points away from redeeming the profound ghost sword.
I'm really looking forward to it. 2 more days of signing in should be enough.
Li Yu had been signing in continuously recently. Besides improving the startling swan sword art, he hadn't exchanged anything else, just saving up to redeem the profound ghost sword. After all, with the attributes of the profound ghost sword combined with his talent, it wasn't a simple 1+1 equation. Ever since Choupi was fed a small black pill by Lingxier last time, he had been cultivating in the small world. His entire beast body had grown to over 2 meters long and about 1 meter high. Even Li Yu riding on Choupi didn't feel awkward, and his attributes had significantly increased.
Liu should be in the middle stage of body tempering now.
In his calculation, a spirit attribute around 100,150 indicates the middle stage of body tempering, while the later stage should be around 200. And when he saw senior brother Li Xingxiu's spirit attribute was around 260 back then, that should be the middle stage of marrow cleansing. To be honest, senior brother Li's cultivation isn't particularly high in the inner sect, it's only average. However, he has a good master, and his talisman talent is rumored to be one of the best in the inner sect.
He's even been designated as the next head of the Talisman Hall. However, after listening to Wu Ni's explanations several times recently, Liu also understood that cultivation realm is not the sole criterion for combat capability.
Otherwise, if two people meet, one with a spirit attribute of 100 and the other 99, they might as well just die directly. Timing, favorable terrain, cultivation methods, techniques, and even divine weapons, potent artifacts, exotic beasts, and formations will all have varying degrees of influence. For example, if both are at the same realm, but one holds a magical implement, wears spiritual treasures, has extraordinary cultivation methods and spiritual roots, and is accompanied by exceptionally fierce exotic beasts, while the other holds a standard weapon, wears only coarse linen, and practices common cultivation methods in this situation, how can the latter possibly fight?
Comprehensive improvement is the ultimate path. I'll continue training.
After saying this, Liu went to lift the stone lock again. The moon entrusting lamp emitted a faint moonlight, and as Liu lifted the stone lock, Choupi also quietly practiced the beast taming art.